Yes. So, welcome to Pride's Claim, the Cypher system one-shot, so to speak. That's a lie. It's a fun shot. It's not a one-shot. It'll never be a one-shot. We're already on session 3, so we're doing well.
Practice though.
I mean, I don't practice any of this. You know this. Like, this is all just done off the cuff. It's the 19th of January 2024. I am Ryan the GM, and here are the players in a new order. That's yours.
Oh, is it me first? Sorry. Hi, I'm Scott. I'm currently not played anyone yet, but I will be playing Jett, who is a person.
Do your full sentence.
Top left of the character sheet.
Ah, thank you, Natalie.
You're welcome.
Who's a virtuous explorer who focuses mind over matter.
There we go.
That you're on about?
Yep, perfect.
Did I do it? Did I do the thing?
You did it. 10 points. You can go home now.
Right, bye!
No!
Good evening. My name is Alexander. I'll be playing Lockheart, Dourf. Empathic speaker, definitely the sort of person you want.
What happened to Brad?
He's still in last week.
He remains.
Hi, I'm Hannah, and I am playing Myr'ra Pentergast, who, as now we all know, is a Helborn Adept who sheds her skin.
Yeah. I can update
Evening
the
all,
intro.
I'm Chris.
There you go.
Evening all, I'm Chris. I'm playing Nori Nediam. There was a lot of reveals last week, including me being a half-elven explorer who likes to infiltrate.
Mm-hmm.
And hi, I'm Nat, and I play Riven, who is a tough warrior who masters weaponry.
Weapons mastery. Like
Weapons mastery.
it. Mm-hmm.
Your words have never spoken that.
So, what do you remember from last time?
Nothing, because I wasn't here.
Okay,
I was waiting, I was like, don't speak, don't speak.
we've covered Scott's info, yep. Mm-hmm.
Hannah, no. Hannah, would you like to, yes?
Due to other things that happened, there was a revelation that it's a full moon this evening. And that may be a problem for me due to a family inheritance that leads to me becoming a little bit of a werebird. Probably quite crow-like. But it'll get overshadowed maybe by the revelations that we are in places that have lots going on. But yes, slight moon-related drama.
Again.
Anna, the thing is, I genuinely can't tell if you're on about yourself or your player character.
Could be both.
Like, if anyone...
When is the full moon, bro?
It's
only half. We've got time.
Yeah, if anyone could have been a werebird, it's definitely going to be you.
True. I do collect shiny.
We managed to get to the camp. We got there. We got to meet Bronze-maned Lion.
Mm-hmm. You did indeed.
We persuaded Kamala that we wanted instant writs. More delayed writs.
What's the delayed threat?
We got to meet the Thundercats.
Yeah.
The cats.
We like
Big, rideable lions. No, you can't have one.
I have to eat one.
No, I walk everywhere. I keep my fitness up, yo.
Watching.
Continuing the revelations, I proved my assassin skills without going and using my assassin skills.
Yeah, the threat of them.
Who
Yeah.
did you kill?
Yeah.
Nobody.
I didn't have to kill him. It was just enough to threaten, shall we say, to make a point.
I didn't have to kill anyone, just lightly stab them.
Lightly.
Like, for Scott's benefit, essentially the party travelled from Loudenhall, which is the Queen's hometown, not the capital, but her hometown. And they travelled down southwest from there to the kind of rock-fell mountain range territory, all kind of craggy rock and stuff. They met some bandits, lovely bandit people, that Kamala seems to command, this little cell of them. The party did some deft negotiating, and Scott...
Eventually.
I know, it only took like most of the first part of the session.
Got a tour.
It was the horses all over again.
Sometimes it happens. But yes, to kind of prove Nori's skill to Kamala, he pretty much turned invisible, appeared behind her, and held a knife to her throat and went, "Is this good enough?" And she had like nothing really she could say back to that. Be like, "Okay, you're in. I can use you." It was an insanely high roll as well. Yeah, I think in the end...
is that who the bronze main line is in the valley?
No.
No, who's that?
Kamala's just like a sheriff of the land around the territory, basically. Or
It's
like
one of the
ranger.
higher up lackeys.
It's like a bit like a ranger defending the territory.
It's one of the Bronze Maned Lions lackeys. That's named.
Right, okay.
This is a named NPC.
I can give you the other 6 names. if you want.
Anyway, let's go for it. Let's find out their names.
I can go for 5. I'm missing one.
Oh,
Right.
Go on. Do it.
trade off.
Right, so give me the first name, Hannah.
I have Buran.
Bran,
B-A-
yes.
You.
I've got Bran.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I've
Then,
got Rask.
yep, we got Rask.
I've got
That's one I'm
Sarek.
missing.
We got Sarek.
Yep.
Yep.
Jonathan!
Aleng.
Leng. Yep.
Dirk.
Yep.
Druid.
Strun. Yep.
And then we have number 8, Archer. We never saw them again after they disappeared.
Yep.
So I have no name for them.
Nope. That's okay.
And then there was Kamala.
And
Number
Kamala.
7.
Yes.
What are the name of the Thundercats?
They've not met any Thundercats yet. They're just aware of them. So yes. With that in mind, anything else that might be important to come up?
I just
we
remember
met-
I feel Alexander needs to say about the orb. Orb of truth. Orb. Touch the orb.
There was pondering.
Mm-hmm.
Explain the orb.
Ponder it.
Meet the bronze main line. Just an orb.
Do you remember what kind of orb?
It was a
Dragon.
firestone.
A round one.
It was called that, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's a firestone. Yep.
Which I only remembered because it's what translation from flint.
Nice.
Talking to people from another language, trying to say the word flint, you're like firestone.
As I often do.
You'd be surprised how often I do. And then the stone is imbued that when it's a way to tell the truth, sort of. So 2 people can have absolute certainty a truth shared. The bronze main line used it to dramatically prove.
I don't think it has a non-dramatic setting though. Like,
I'm gonna say this is a lie detector with only a nuclear option. That's all it is.
dramatically for a cliffhanger, me, Alexander, me.
I mean, we got that. Got told the outcome, which was surprising.
What was the exact wording of the question or the statement that they said?
Yeah, who remembers the exact wording?
I am the rightful heir to. I think it was.
It wasn't heir. It was just the
Queen.
rightful ruler.
Yeah.
I am the rightful ruler. Rightful queen.
Or holder of the sword was the sword.
I think the sword was.
I believe the phrasing from what I remember saying was, and I never wrote this down, but I believe it was as unambiguous as I could make it, which is, I am the rightful ruler of Dink. But it's going to be at the end of the last session, so, you know, it's there unless you'll cut me out perfectly.
Okay, well, I mean, if that is it, like my first question is, all right, where's your sword?
Mm.
I mean, you know, magical women throwing swords at folk is hardly any way to pick an iron or pirate. But
Was it this story arc we made that joke, or was it the last story arc we made that joke? Was it this one?
there's a every story arc ever.
We've definitely
Yeah.
made it.
Yeah, we have made that reference about, swords are no way to running a government. But yes, so
Right from the pink.
the group essentially are in the, again, long haul, if you will, of Verme. These have just witnessed the Firestone's magic revealing the truth that, again, deep down is known, especially to Lockheart. With that in mind, the doors at the long hall open, and in walks just another couple of the kind of like more rangery looking people alongside another person. Do you want to describe your character's look to the gang, Scott?
So, I believe I did share a photo at one point, but you see a kind of polished, gentleman-looking person, longish hair, general monk robes.
Can you give us an actual height estimation, because tallish is a vague term in this world?
Height is, I guess, like 6 foot something.
Okay.
I don't pretty sure tape measures haven't been invented yet.
I mean, they have. Like, that is a thing. Tailoring does exist.
Measured against the door.
Yeah.
Really easy. Not professional.
Yeah, so that kind of monkish, orangey, bluey robes, and as you see him, he has his arms folded inside his robe, so they're kind of like tucked away. Yeah, there's that.
I mean, I would have went with Keanu Reeves if he played an airbender, is what I would have went with.
Yeah, exactly that. Exactly that. We had many fun, mate, looking up character art for it, doing Happy Keanu Reeves.
Yeah, happy Keanu Reeves is what we need in the world.
Definitely. Yeah. So there's that.
So at this point, what we're gonna do is me and Scott spoke about this off camera. We think it'd be interesting if somebody knew Scott's character from this gang, but we're gonna roll randomly to see who it is, because I think that's kind of interesting to see where the dice lands.
Number 7.
So I'm quite excited by that fact. So in terms of numbers, we've got Alexander, you're going to be number 1. Hannah, you're going to be number 2. Chris, you're going to be number 3. And Nat, you're number 4. And Scott, if you could roll a d4 for us, we'll find out who out of the gang knows you.
Roll a 7.
These dice aren't meant to explode.
1.
Alexander. I mean, it makes sense.
I really am the Pokemon
Yeah.
trainer. They're all just people that are plucked out of random places.
It's like,
I've just had the orb. It was a bad situation. I'm just like, check, go.
you did make the character that cared about all of the info, though, right? Like the admin, the crown, the processes. So it makes sense that you would know the other people that have worked for the crown in the past. So, yeah. So, how do you know each other? Where from? How well did that relationship work out? Ideally, it's amicable. So I would like neutral to positive rather than neutral to negative, please. Whatever you decide on.
Sass.
Sass is positive.
I don't do sass ever.
Don't think it was you we were aiming that at. You haven't played with Lockheart, Dourf. And I mean, here's the other question: did Alexander's character let you remember this event?
He has the ability to change that.
Mm-hmm.
The first person that was tried upon.
So For some greater context for both Alexander's character and Scott's character, Jett, spent a lot of time in the other continent as well, so it might have been tied to, like, because Alexander's character about a year ago was over the other continent, so
what were you over there doing?
Various things. Some have been recorded, some haven't. Definitely some involvement with trade, potential trade blockade disputes.
Yep.
Like that was it.
It was it. I'm just wincing at the truth of that. The trade negotiations.
The negotiations were short.
They were.
That's a start. There's a Star Wars in there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we were at least near the coast. Other things could happen, but at least near the coast, pirates involved, potentially undead involved as well, a little bit of necromancy.
Oh,
And if you have any common, or if you have characters ever spoken with Rakishan,
no.
okay, really on the opposite side.
Opposite side. Tell me more about this thing you did with the undead.
I mean, I'm sure that can be something you talk about in character over a nice, you know.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm more just trying to think like of ways we could have known each other.
Well, ironically, in the real world, you couldn't make that one shot, Scott, and that's what he's referring to. What him and Alicia and Gregor and Colin got up to during the one shot was what which was like set a year ago. And luckily, Alexander's character survived, so the timelines were preserved.
Right. Okay.
By letting everybody else fight.
And they did a very good job.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, it could be sort of being over there. Obviously, Lockheart probably spent nearly as much time over there as Jett has, so maybe it was also a bit of a like, hey, a human.
Yeah, wait a minute. So I was over helping lizard folk in the war with the big cat people.
Yeah, well, that probably works quite well as the sort of Lockheart being kind of sent over just to like maybe make a few inroads with the lizard people. Just
Yeah, we've been like, okay, lizard people and random humans.
Yeah, so like Lockhart's gone to see the lizard people, and then there's already a human that's like in touch with part of the lizard people. So he's probably like, human, I can deal with you, and you can deal with the lizard.
Yeah. And I can deal with the lizards, and then they can maybe eat you.
You'd also recognise that Jett is from the Order of the Two Circles. I think I've mentioned that a bit before, but it's essentially like a monastic order that look for the balance between light and dark, ultimately. The two circles refer to, obviously, the Church of Light and the Church of Night.
Yeah.
And they are not beholden to any particular country as well. They their monasteries somewhere in the mountains around Cascade City.
Somewhat greyness in between.
You could say that, yeah.
Yeah. I think that's a bit. Yeah, good way of doing it.
So, at least that's how you know each other. So, you see Jett walk in with a couple of the other people from Vermi's gang. They bypass the group and just speak to Vermi, who, like, that ritual seems to have taken a bit out of both of you, right? It's maybe like a bit of some fatigue has hit you guys. Not the party, just Lockhart and Vermi. And these other two people seem to have a conversation with Vermi while this gentleman approaches the group. You are that gentleman, Scott.
No,
And you recognise one of them at least.
Yeah. I'll saunter on over and just be like, look about, be obviously realizing these are faces that I've not recognized, and Lock kind of gaze with Lockhart in a sense. Sorry, I've said Lock too many times. Like, oh, nice meeting you again. And I'll just kind of like bow head.
I mean, Lockhart just was surrounded by fire and saw like a divine truth. So he's a bit like,
Has somebody been cooking?
Yes, I think I seeing probably like look at
Looking
Riven
at
and the others,
Jesus as well. That is Jett.
just like poke.
Mm.
Okay, that's you're a long way from where.
Yes, things have not went to plan.
Well, Jett, this is point out like probably starting with like Nori, just like you know, not wanting to get into the Myr'ra yet, and, like dealing with the other complexities. Like, oh, Nori, Nediam, streets.
Of the streets. Sorry.
So far,
Just be like any.
clean.
We're just kind of looking at him, be like any particular street, or do you claim all streets?
They will all be mine eventually.
Oh, well, that's interesting. Maybe it would be better if somebody looked after all the streets.
Indeed, indeed. Everybody working together on the streets for the betterment of, well, me.
That was so close to communism until the end there.
Of the
Okay, Stalin.
Pointer to just the slab of metal.
Well, see, before we move on, do you want to describe your character visually for like Jett's benefit as well, there, Chris?
Yeah, at the moment,
I have no idea what any of them look like.
yeah, at the moment, I believe I'd still be dressed in the finery of a traveling merchant salesman. We kind of used the disguise to get the attention of the people that brought us here.
Okay.
This will change several times, probably, but at the present time, what you see before you is a traveling merchant of this world in garish costume, if you will.
A peacock. Got you.
Yes, exactly.
Alexander, please continue.
So, pointing over to Riven of Countess. Riven. We'll let Riven finish whatever she wants to describe herself as.
Riven's hard to miss. Riven's 7'8".
Mm-hmm.
Built like a tank. She's based on Striga from Castlevania. It's just
Mhm.
massive plate mail, furs, and things sitting on her. A sword that can be described as a slab of metal, but it's a very pretty one. Long ginger red hair, it's all braided in various ways. It goes down to her waist, but it's also kind of mane-like as well, with dark makeup across the eyes and quite heavily tanned skin. And kind of deep green eyes. Just gives you another kind of head bow. Pleased to meet you. Jett. I'm Riven.
Yeah, just obviously like looking up at the mountain and just walks up and just was like, And you just like hear this like ting as I knock on your armor and be like, oh, there is someone in there. Nice to meet you.
Have you met animated sets of armor? That's concerning.
I mean, I was kind of on the fence or not of whether you were a statue. You're very grandeur.
Growth hormones are growth hormones. I didn't pick this site. Doors are great ingredients. It's a pleasure.
I just smile.
You should stop craning your neck. It's going to hurt in a minute.
hand over to Myr'ra Pentergast of the. Just like in my mind, it's like, oh, and so many other things, but get there another time.
What's the Arcana?
The Arcanatrix is like the head magical organization, right?
Okay.
They are not affiliated. They're also in Cascade City, in the centre of the city itself, or just off the centre anyway. The actual Whitehall is in the middle, which is the Church of Light centre. They're not affiliated with any particular race either, but primarily like because it's so close to like the humans and elves and stuff. Like it's the Table of the Five Blades races that really dominate it.
Right. Okay. So it's something I would know of.
Yeah, you'd know of it, and if someone has the rank of wizard, it means they've qualified and are legally allowed to practice magic in the world. So it's like an actual qualification.
Have a license.
Yep.
So yeah, you see much shorter. It pops out like behind Riven. Has kind of like lots of hair kind of going everywhere. That's black from about like here, but there's like you can see roots have just grown out. Like she's obviously tried to dye her hair black, and the sunny blonde that's underneath is just springing out. Dressed quite formally.
Drop something.
Oh no, I'm supposed to be here. So yeah, she's quite done up, like robes and lots of bits and trinkets, and there's lots of fuss in her outfit. But she does look a bit panicked. You can just see behind the eyes there's a level of
She looks a bit
today's not gone as planned.
Panicked.
Panicked, alright. I'll just like kind of bow down to you and just be like, pleasure to meet you, but no need to stress.
Oh, if you were the most stressful thing about today, I would count it as a good day.
Worry only leads to suffering twice, child. And then I'll just stand back up.
All the horror going through Myr'ra's head, like, oh no.
Oh no.
Rah! Suffering twice.
Forgive the intrusion, Jett. Why in the fire? Why were you on fire but you're not on fire and you're unscathed? Are you alright?
What? Do you mean?
I was on fire?
No, Jett wasn't on fire.
Assuming meant me, yeah. That was an experience. The Firestones, you see, they used various administrative purposes, usually great alliances and serious debates. I am somewhat surprised that she has one.
Are you going to mention the Fae connection with the Firestones? Do you remember the Fae connection with the Firestones?
Not until you brought it up just now.
Okay, cool. Do you remember it now, though, or do you want me to go back over it for you?
You would probably go back over it better than I.
Okay, I like your diplomatic way of saying that.
Subtle.
Yes, very good. Thank you, Lockhart. Yes, the Firestones were made by the Draconics in Dragonglass, like enchantment orb things, just about the size of a very small bowling ball, and the enchantment in a lot of the Firestones were like a truth thing to help the Fae War, to basically fight the bullshit the Fae are capable of like navigating. Like, you know, double meanings, hidden agendas, all that kind of stuff. It's why Firestones are really hard to trick, because the whole point of them was to fight the Fae, who are probably the most articulate when it comes to verbal bullshit.
I thought that was you, Ryan.
I am all the Fae. It's all in me.
Alright, Whitney Houston. Everything up.
I think Lockhart might say, yes, these stones developed really for the, and we'll kind of look around at the silver mine, like the full moon. Look at the other full moon. You know,
The reason we don't have mirrors.
You can call it the Old War if you need it to be labelled as something that isn't the Fae War.
Oh.
it probably will, like, even one step removed from that, like the old
Mm.
So,
Mm.
any parts to that?
Did you give the person this firestone, or did they
No,
already have it?
They already
Right.
have.
How did they acquire such a? I'm assuming
We
this
have
is a
no
rare thing.
idea.
Ryan, did we all hear the statement as well?
Yes. Through the
Yeah.
fire, like everybody was very like the whole
Mhm.
point is this thing is meant to clarify in like in an audience,
Yeah.
right?
Mhm.
Like courts of law,
Mhm.
contracts being
Yep.
signed, everyone's heard the declaration. Okay, so we're
Yep.
also really
Yes.
Yep.
Mhm.
What's-
Yep.
Why did Alexander's character catch on fire?
Because he went up to touch that thing to be the recipient of the truth.
Right.
You need to have two players in the game.
Yep.
It can't
Right,
just be on
okay.
one.
As we said, dramatic.
Mhm.
And he was the only one last week that rolled high enough to know of them.
Right. And because of that, right. And then Ryan. Yeah,
Alexander gets all the things because he's apparently very like where the dice are pointing. Apparently.
Okay, so to discuss
Mm.
what just happened.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
With
what-
other audience. It's like not
I'm gonna
stop,
kind of
like,
try and whisper. She also mentioned something about the mountain. Do we need to find out what that is? Because I think we thought that was the stone, but the stone just happened.
There's the appointment at the top of the mountain.
Mm-hmm.
I'd also kind of at this point be like, yes, I think what first. I think we should discuss what brought you all here as well.
You see over Jett's shoulder the three of them just chatting away, and one just like looks over at the group and then looks back to their conversation.
You know that way. I guess I don't yet know that yous are here for the same reasons.
You do enough
That's the
in the sense
conversation
that
for not here.
yeah, I was
For
going to
not
say
in here.
for
Yeah.
your point of view, Scott, you know that you were
Right.
expecting other people from the crown,
Right. Okay.
and you know Alexander's character is basically a civil servant for the crown.
Right. Okay. In that case, I would change to what I said. I'd be like, yes, talking in a private area would be beneficial for us to have a proper catch up Lockhart. Kind of.
yes, I'm sure you have some interesting tales to tell. I hear some of those tales seem to regrow with your former companions, but I'm sure you can regale us all with that.
I always have my stories on the
Lockhart.
I always have my stories, Lockhart.
Just because you said it like earlier, if you want to, this goes to Jett alone. If you're wanting to use lock, probably manage that.
Oh,
It was just
cool.
because you said it, and I was like,
Flattered.
I never thought of that.
I'm flattered.
I'm shipping them already.
Right, so we have a couple of issues we need to deal with. One, that. Two, the mountain. Three, and Reverend just puts her up on Myr'ra and pulls her in like this, but doesn't say it.
Yeah, I just kind of like sigh and like curl in.
It's like I know.
Right. Right, so
So I take it that Myr'ra's appearance is not her usual appearance.
No,
Oh, it is.
that's perfectly
She's
normal.
fine at the moment.
it's fine. This is
Perfectly normal.
Okay.
Small wizard.
Yeah.
all
Normal wizard was my mother's name.
She makes a broth cup of tea as well.
Yep.
Mhm. I left my writing desk back in the room.
yeah.
And in terms of places you can go back to your little kind of like, accommodation hut that yous were given, but Jett, you also have like somewhere you've been staying for like, the last few weeks. So you're welcome to go back there if you wanted to.
Well, I wish to catch up with obviously my old friend and no other reason why I wish to.
I just mean, would you suggest your place, or do you, let them take the lead on where to go? Because you're the most familiar with this camp, the keep, as it were.
True. Yeah, I will say to everyone, I was like, well, I've got a quaint little place just not far if we wish to go there for some privacy. No one should bother us.
Guarantee that through the night.
Yeah, like I just look at you as if like
Yeah.
not understanding the question. Like
Hmm?
it's, it's like you will be there during the night. Yes,
Okay,
you
I'll
will be
simplify
there in
this
the
a bit.
morning.
Can you make sure your locks are all in order?
It's like
Something else that's maybe pertinent for this conversation for you, Scott, as well, is that you have agreed to go with Vermi to the top of the mountain.
which one's Vermi? Sorry.
The lion.
Right. Okay. Okay. Again, I just look at you and I'm just like, not one for locks. Except
Well-
that one. I just point to Alexander, and it's just like, what's gonna happen's gonna happen. Pick the right one.
I can hear the exhale from the armor already. Like just, oh.
Another one.
Okay, okay. Lockhart, Jett, Lockhart, yes. Mountain, when? Figure that out.
Midnight.
Can she reschedule to tomorrow?
I'll just look at Lockhart and just be like, it is really nice at night, actually.
Any particular you recommend?
Like,
I'm stroking Myr'ra saying consistently like that, like
I'm doing calculations in a small book. Divide by and then I only need this many minutes.
I just feel like that's the joy of vistas. They always change depending on the time. Let's go and see what we find.
Indeed. Do you know this appointment?
Sorry, all I could think was a muffin. um,
Do you know of this appointment that Majesty has up the mountain?
like, which majesty are you on about now, I guess, since there's two? And I just laugh to myself.
It's quite clearly just one. She sits in this room.
What's her name again? Sorry.
Vermi.
Vermi. Make a quick note of that. I thought I had already.
Yeah. Kind of title is the bronze-maned lion, name's Vermi.
Leaves with children.
The
Yeah.
Lion Queen.
Yup.
Do I know what time they're wanting to head up there, Ryan? Is that something?
Vermi's plan, yeah, because obviously you were part of the I'm going to,
Yeah.
that sounds fun. Like, yeah, their plan's to get there so that they're there for midnight happening.
Hmm.
At the top.
We planned to be there. The plan was to be there for midnight. Be interesting to see what we find.
And was it an open invitation to you? It's briefly mentioned, but I was unsure.
I see no reason why you cannot attend. You can be my guest if anyone asked.
Wow, wonderful. Perhaps then we should take our leave of Her Majesty, so then join her. Gather our thoughts on some of these.
Great. I have some good tea in the tent.
He sounds good.
The mantra.
Tea
You will
time.
As,
will fix it.
as
I
you
love
guys
it.
like start as you
Well,
guys
she-
as you guys start like, you know, calming the conversation down, like Vermi like acknowledges the people she was talking to and comes over to you and like puts like a big arm, like a big hand on your shoulder, Lockhart, and kind of like gives it a squeeze and be like, I trust you have conveyed the findings. And she smiles, her big kind of warm smile. You can tell though, she looks a bit, knocked for six as well, just like you do. She just waits for your response.
I've begun trying to full significance of what I must confess my usual strength of tongue is somewhat lacking at this moment, so I was...
She hits you on the back and laughs, and she says, go to the drinks and I'm sure you'll find your tongue again.
Most kind, Your Majesty.
She laughs again just at Your Majesty, pomp that you're going with, because again, you can tell she doesn't take that too seriously, based on what she said last time, which, yeah, she's like, I don't need to be called that until I'm actually crowned. And then she turns to, obviously, Jett and kind of nods at you, because you're familiar with each other for at least, a few weeks now.
Yeah.
And she says, I see you've met Jett. And kind of nods towards Jett, and then just says, doesn't say anything else after that, just turns to the group and says, I imagine you all want to discuss things given the revelations of the stone. Please, the keep is yours. Just be mindful that your actions can have consequences. And she just smiles at everybody and just nods and heads back to the other two, and they leave the room by a door behind, at the very back. The two the main doors are open at the start as well.
See the stony kaboom boom?
Firestone.
Did I witness that?
Yes, but over a month ago.
Yeah, I mean, the one that... So the same one was done a month ago?
The stone only does one thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you've seen that.
And was it still her declaring that she's the queen of the...
Yeah.
Right, okay.
You can very clearly put together, this is how she has hundreds of people following her.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Because it's quite a...
Yeah.
A
big move.
Yeah. So yeah, you were probably in a very big group of people that had all been brought in and been told to hang about for the stone to recharge.
And they're hey, what's the miracle happen?
So the fact that you guys were done very close-knit and personally is probably quite an insight into what Vermi probably knows about you guys.
Mm.
So yeah.
Is the stone still lying?
I mean, it's in the fire.
Okay.
Right?
That's all.
You wanna rob from the queen?
Don't. Tangents have consequences.
Literally.
You will not survive this entire city deciding you're to die.
But if you do, it could be amazing.
That would be the best story ever. Everybody died, but I didn't. You're holding the firestone, wreathed in fire as the fire goes out, and it's true.
So it's basically a magic 8-ball.
It is essentially a magic 8-ball. I made an 8-ball joke last week. Yep.
But it is still there.
It's in the fire, yeah. It's where she took it from, it's where it went back. It's almost like it needs to be in the fire.
Okay. Okay.
So it needs to probably be in the fire to recharge.
Or people don't take it if it's in the fire.
Or that. I mean, better call me, better call B.
Quiet sounds good. Maybe we go and rest.
Invitation. If some of us did not arrive, I hope she'd be insulted. Jett, could you take us back to your place, please? He sounds good.
Certainly. I'll see if I have a cup big enough for you. Follow me.
I'm so glad you
I'm
said
just
cup.
assuming you will need a bath.
Everything in pints is fine.
They come in pints.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so we screen wipe to you guys, arriving at Jett's very, very small, for one person accommodation, hut thing, where he's been staying for a few weeks.
Can we go back just maybe a few minutes?
If you want, yeah.
What,
Um,
do you
yeah,
consider firing all?
No,
We were nearly free and clear.
it's safe. It's safe. But being aware of what's about to happen, or potentially what's about to happen, as we are walking through a courtyard or whatever else, turn to Jett and say, Jett, is there anywhere that we can procure or obtain some heavy rope? Is there anywhere you may have found close at hand?
2
Some,
seconds.
Somebody in the village will have, like, be in charge of either making rope or acquiring rope.
Yes. But like, I will just gesture towards the general area of the rope manager and be like, "Yes,
That works for me.
You shall create I can't speak today.
Acquire, that'll do.
You can acquire, you can acquire rope by the roping station.
That works.
Rope.
Can I add some heavy rope to my inventory?
I mean, are you gonna, like, how are you getting this rope?
How would you like me to get this rope? Would you like me to?
Oh, I have no particular strong preference of how I would like you to get the rope, but actions have consequences, and are you going to trade with the people that make the rope? Like,
Yes, I will. I will go down the trading option.
okay,
I will go and try and trade something. I don't know what I've got to trade, but
Before you leave, then Riven will just tap you on the shoulder with a dagger, as she did like when she got flowers back in Loudenhall. She used her dagger, and she's got another one. They're turning into fucking currency at this point. Use that.
so I have a dagger, and I will trade that for some rope with the rope trader.
I like the idea
Whatever
that Nori just goes away and giggles to himself, going, "Ha ha ha, free dagger." Doesn't buy rope, just wanted the dagger.
I will go with the actions have consequences at the moment. I will take that to heart for a few minutes.
I don't want to be scraping your body off the street, please.
It's too early for that kind of shenanigans and too light outside.
But yeah, like, I think you all go towards the, I guess the now existing rope merchants, and since it's probably on the way to Jett's place anyway, and you trade for some rope. I don't know, you get like 50 feet of rope, like kind of like really heavy duty, like strong hemp rope or something, and yeah.
I may not have that very long, but it's now in my inventory for the time being.
Yep. But yeah, you trade the dagger for that. The person's very happy with that. The dagger's pretty good, so they're, okay with that. You can tell as well that currency isn't that important here. Like, obviously the currency that comes in from various revenue streams clearly is repurposed very quickly to get supplies that are more important to this place, since it's trying to be as self-sufficient as possible and also as covert as possible. It doesn't look like Vermi sat on like a massive mound of gold or anything. Do you know what I mean?
Massive mound of silver?
I mean, technically. Yeah, so for Scott's benefit, this mountain was, they discovered that it's like an old silver mine. Which is not great. Not in this world.
Me.
Not in this world.
It's me.
No.
I mean, silver coins are made from silver, right? So that is a thing. The currency does have silver coins in it. So they did have to get the silver from somewhere.
Yeah. No, thank you. No trips into the mines. No trying to find a shortcut.
The baker has a quest for you. It's kill 5 rats in the mines.
No, thank you.
Just the shiny bits.
The rats have spoken in riddles and also have 9 arms. I don't like this. We're leaving.
Can we do that just to get a battle out the way, please?
It's coming.
I know. Let's just get Myr'ra dealt with first.
Yeah.
So yes, any other stops off before you get to Jett's little hut?
If we pass our one, just get any kind of blankets and stuff like that as well. Just, got to make a cocoon.
I mean, yeah, keep in mind these are very I don't want to say large people, but larger than life people, all going to be cramming into essentially like what is about the same space as a small tent. Right?
Right.
Like Jett has a small hut.
But we got a bigger one for all of us.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe we should go there.
ours. I also have these.
But yes, so you can either go to Jett's. You could all probably fit in there if you were all like standing around. It'd be like visiting one of your student friends. Do you know what I mean? And then student accommodation. But it would be a tight fit, and you wouldn't all be able to sleep comfortably there. Not that you all needed to, but yeah, it would be tricky. Whereas you guys had like a big kind of, again, a bigger hall basically to yourselves. That was mostly just it was empty, so you were put in there.
We could always go to the hut later
Yes.
for emergency purposes.
I mean, Jett can probably be reassured that the hut's probably more private than your place, because you just haven't really had a chance to look around your place in case it's in some way bugged. But yeah, so you could still go to Jett's and
Pick up a
talk.
conversation. Yeah.
So what's the plan?
To the hut.
To the hut.
To the hut.
La 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 la. We're there.
You can point out your tent to us on the way, I guess. It's like, oh, there it is, right, cool. That's tiny. Riven says no, my neck, and we leave. Standing like this the whole time.
Yeah. Riven would probably want to sit down in it, just because if you were standing, your head's probably on the roof, right? Like, yeah. Yeah.
Oh. Maybe we converse here and then move to our base. Hi. I have a family affliction that we maybe need to discuss before we go any further. It's very nice to meet you. I may turn into a sort of bird creature later this evening, and that's not good.
Why would you say that? Birds are wonderful creatures.
Yes, they are. I maybe put the murder into Murder of Crows in this form. So we maybe need a plan. I normally have somewhere I go when where I live. So sorry, I forgot about the moon. Yes. As I said, I don't need to be in crow form all night, just for a bit. Normally I need to kill something. I cannot if you stop me. Thank you.
You said you normally go somewhere. Where do you go?
I have a basement. And then the forest nearby.
I just kind of like look over at like the ground in the mountain. I'm like, mine's our nature's basement. 2 seconds.
Should I give up on my headphones and try?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
Give it a wee go, see if it works. What are you thinking, Scott? Think out loud for us. Loop the group in.
No.
We can't hear you if you're thinking.
No.
No,
What?
Hannah, you're good. It was Scott I was talking about.
Okay.
What about the moon? Is it the moonlight that is making you change?
It's more the fullness of the moon itself.
Can you make the moon less full, Scott?
I could.
Yes, that's helpful.
Yes, I actually could. I have a little cipher called Blackout.
I can punch the moon.
And that I was thinking is if I just black out the area around Myr'ra, would it still affect her?
Yes, because the moon is still full.
It is a good idea, though. I did try. I hid under my bed as a child.
Oh! Her little chicken.
Little murder
So
chicken.
The current plan is
Could I ping a blackout at the moon? Would that work?
Probably not.
Sorry for trying to use a Cypher in this Cypher system.
Yeah.
None of us
Yeah, it's
have
not
yet. None of
allowed
us
in
have
this.
managed it.
No. Hannah has.
Hannah
did.
Oh, Hannah has.
did.
Hannah did. Yes, she did.
I then got that.
I would have loved it if I managed to use one in like the first 30 minutes.
I know.
Speaking of ciphers, depending on how necessary all of our presences is, I do have a way to be in a smaller bird form for a time, and I could just go. But then
Getting back.
I'm less in control, and yes, getting back might be hard. So I think maybe the tying me up plan seems like a good one.
Wrap you in blankets, tie you with rope. I hold you
Mhm.
down. Run this through. That's the
If you can be a small bird, why don't we put a small bird in a box?
Oh, it's not at the same time. I can be a small bird, and then I will still turn into a giant angry crow. Sorry.
So you won't be a small angry.
No. I'll be a this size angry crow.
It's always the Hulk, it's never Ant-Man hulking out as a
Yes.
smaller Hulk.
Yeah.
Oh,
Almost. She has tried all of those.
just for
Mhm.
for Hannah's kind of and just everyone else's kind of consideration, I am obviously going like, right, okay, so you can be a violent angry bird.
Yes.
Cats don't like birds. Myr'ra could be a good asset to beating up the big cat people.
Cats don't like birds is my favourite sentence in that.
No, you know what I mean? Like,
Do I?
Against the rations, yes. Birds and cats don't get on, so therefore we should just get all the kenku against them.
But
It's
the
not a good
birds
way.
don't come out well out of that usually, and
yeah, but she's going to be a murder bird.
Also, I feel like we should discuss that. Is it bad that I think Fermi seems quite nice? I look at Lockhart like, I'm a researcher. Like, I don't have, but she seemed lovely.
Can we actually truly discuss that? Like, what the fuck's happened here?
Mm-hmm.
I've been here for over a month and I've met no hostility yet.
If,
Can
for Scott's benefit as well, like in your like several weeks of being here, because you've been here like just about maybe like a fortnight longer than a month or something. Yeah, the place is just a lovely village environment because they're not currently fighting, so everything's just about community. So it has just kind of been lovely.
They have not. They were quite welcoming to put up a brother of the two circles and haven't even charged me rent or anything. Just ask that I help in whatever way I can.
You've probably told stories to like groups of kids that have been brave enough to come near you and stuff like that.
Help punch a tree down Minecraft
I'm
style.
so glad it was a tree and not a child.
Oh no.
Myr'ra, you're muted. Hannah, you're muted.
Yes, I'm going to try and do that. I'm sorry. There's really loud rain, and I don't know if you can hear.
No, so far so
No,
good,
yeah.
yeah.
we're good?
Let me know if you can, and I will mute.
Lockhart, is there any way in any system?
Sorry, the chat. Thank you, Colin.
Oh, I've not even had fixation.
Well, it's been redeemed.
Punch chain. Oh god, this is gonna get put in somewhere.
And somebody just punched a child.
Thanks, Colin.
Punch child.
Right, wait. Lockhart, is there any way in any system that both of them could be the rightful rulers?
scouring my mind to think if there's any precedent for such a
You mean a dice roll?
I am kind of almost thinking on that sort of legal side of is there any precedent?
Has this ever happened before?
How does the sword work?
Might get some info based on his role.
We know from previous conversations that the sword runs in the family,
Not always.
and that is what we thought our original mission was that one of the problems being that the queen had no children. So who would the sword go to? The
Yeah.
logic around that then, has the queen died? Is the real... If the sword has passed on and moved on...
But we saw her with the sword.
Yep.
Or a sword.
If we saw her,
Well, regardless.
So is that a third person then that's good in your theory? If we saw her,
Or is she?
well, as I was
Yeah.
wondering, is that what Nori was thinking? If when we know Samda died, perhaps something.
The queen died and something's
queen.
taken her place. Yeah, I'm getting it. I
Or-
think I'm getting that it's a doppelganger.
Like, did she die momentarily enough for the sword to pass on?
like a Buffy
And then
scenario.
was like revived.
Yeah. Because
We know the BML's been around for like a year.
Momentum-wise, yes.
This is all.
Could
Less
it be possible that there's two swords?
there's only 5. There's 5 and there's one to each race, and this one's
Yeah,
the human
yeah.
one.
I mean, like the one that the queen has. Could it
I
be
think-
possible that there's two?
The sword had a child.
No.
It's
Or did-
baby dagger.
Is Vermi maybe half elven,
That
like
different.
myself, or half...
She said Queen of
Dwarven?
Genk, though.
Yeah, she said Queen of Dane.
Yes.
She specified the human.
Yeah.
I, as a GM, tried to make that as unambiguous as possible. I don't mind saying that.
So
While you are thinking that, right, we'll theory card in a second. Right,
Um,
let's deal with the roll that
I
we got.
did use 2 levels of effort.
I see that.
and,
Good,
nice roll.
Mhm.
I was sort of I put in 2 assets. So I think we're saying got an expensive legal textbook.
Yes.
So just if we are looking at like precedent, if that would.
Yeah, so while you are all kind of like chatting amongst yourselves and such and calming down, Myr'ra, and like looking at knots that might be useful and going, oh no, I can get out of those because of the beak. Like, yeah, those types of
What are we holding
conversations.
on?
Lockhart sat there, like looking through his legal textbook, his very expensive looking legal textbook. And yeah, like, so essentially we're looking at, what's that, a roll of like 21 or something? If it's 2.
Yeah,
And then-
15 plus 2 levels.
No, so, and then it's plus way more than that, so it's plus 12, right?
Yeah, that's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a lot. So yeah, you go through it. The annoying thing about obviously the legal system and the word of the law, it doesn't really deal with magic swords very well, but there's a lot of law that has had to be made up off the back of the fact that initially again, this goes back to how things happen. So the Fae were a problem. The demons were like, this is a problem for everybody, not just us. We're just the ones that have to deal with it first. So can you help? And then the Iron Elves were like, well, we're all banding together then. That's like the only way forward is together. Makes sense. And then the blades were made for all the kind of leaders that agreed to that. That was the table of the 5 blades. As I said, the Dwarven one was a hammer because they're awkward.
It's hammers.
And also just like, I think it was Colin that mentioned this at the one shot going, it could have been an axe and it would still have been a blade. I'm like, yeah, it's maybe part of the reason why they wanted a hammer. Again, very specifically, ours is a hammer. So yeah, you've got that initial kind of setup. Nobody knows how the swords dictate, how the blades dictate who is meant to rule. That just seemed to be some strange ritual that happened when they were made. So that magic is very, very unknown. Like, even like researching it is frowned upon in the sense that, not that it's taboo, it's just, why are you trying to undo it? Is the kind of the theory behind that. Like, because obviously, in theory it should go down bloodlines that make sense, right? You know, the people that are kind of like, you know, meant to be ruled or as close to ruling as possible. But that hasn't always been the case. In, like, you know, maybe a couple of 100 years ago, like it jumped into an entire bloodline to someone else, which obviously probably created quite a civil kerfuffle back then. If one family's like, that's our blade, blah, blah, blah. But very quickly it was stated, well, who did the sword go to? And that was it. The argument was over. So nobody was willing to lose lives over the fact that you'd split a country in half by, you know, that kind of thing. And if the blade won't come to you, nobody will take you seriously. So, yeah. And your role was incredibly good, though, so if you want to ask me some questions, Alexander, feel free to.
Yeah, I guess thinking a bit. A lot of the time, laws, you know, as these new situations come up, and especially if you have to just like deal with the reality of the situation, the laws don't get like taken away; just add a bit onto them, so they can tell a story. Like in the real world, like you can look at how laws have changed, and they're still in the law. Just have so many subsets to it. The actual part of it doesn't exist anymore, but the law still is there. Just sort of taking that, some of these times where the sword has kind of shifted over.
Weirdly, in any times that that's happened, which are very, very few, as I said, the changes to the law were not encouraged then in like periods of civil unrest. It was a case of rely on what we know, the sword. Which sounds a lot more aggressive than it should, but you know what I mean.
Has I guess then this the specific question: has anyone with the sword been like killed before they got the sword?
Do you mean has anyone killed before they got the sword? What do you mean by that? Sorry.
Sorry, yeah, anyone that was
meant to get the sword.
Got the sword yet?
You wouldn't know unless they were like again, the person that knows the sword's there knows because of whatever, you know, magic went into this ritual initially. It's kind of obviously like, you know, you're meant to rule because that's what was decreed by whatever happened in the past. So that's probably why if Vermi believes this, Vermi probably woke up one day and went, oh, whether that was when they were born and they've just always known it. You know what I mean?
I was going to say that would be a good thing to find out, obviously, is why do they know, like, how do they know that they're the...
Well, for the last couple of months, they've just asked a stone and it's told them every time.
But what made them know to ask this stone?
Why would you risk that?
And if they are, then...
To be honest though, Scott, you've kind of answered your own question though, right? Because why would you risk dying if you weren't sure? So we know that they're sure, right?
See, when you say the sword comes to them, what exactly do you mean by that? Like Thor with Mjolnir? Or...
Yeah, like for the most part, like it's not like a massive, like we'll travel planets to get you, but like if you're in the same room as the sword and you need it to go to your hand, it will go to your hand. Like the sword is called by its owner and it chooses its owner, essentially.
So what I'm saying is if Vermi calls it right now, it couldn't get to her.
It's unlikely.
Right. So what you really need to do is get them both in a room and put the sword in the middle and see what happens.
Pretty much, yeah.
That is the only
or a
resolution to this.
firestone.
No, because
else.
people will argue about the firestone, the sword. If the sword is the way you fix this, we have to get Vermi to either say yes to coming all the way to the capital, or actually just to Loudenhall to the Queen and say, both of you put the sword in the middle, 10 paces, call the sword. Who does it go to? Nobody can contest it.
But why would Loudon let that happen?
Yeah, Loudon.
Well, if she's in the same room as her and she calls it and it just snaps away from her waist and in her hand, then she immediately falls. But the thing is, if she doesn't, then she puts her head on a block and the problem resolves itself. Either way, we win.
We are the resolution, though.
Yeah, well, the resolution could potentially be we're not letting the wrong person keep this.
You say
My
wrong.
best... In my best Riven voice, I'll go, Dear Riven, we are here as assassins. We're not here to investigate.
Hey.
So in the grand scheme of things, if that's a fucking fae pretending to be the queen or a devil, and we're just going to make sure she keeps that sword, who's to say the magic of the sword doesn't get irritated, doesn't become one? What if there's a vengeance against the people who kill its next owner or its rightful owner? I'm not playing with fucking magic.
I'll just look at Nori and just be like, you jumped to violence very quickly.
Our instructions from, I won't name her, the original queen, was to bring this to a conclusion. We weren't asked to investigate. We weren't sent here to investigate. We are here to end this. To end the resurrection. Resurrection?
Interaction,
That's
I
the wrong
guess,
word.
right?
Insurrection.
Yeah.
That was close.
Yeah.
The resurrection.
Insurrection.
That doesn't
That was
always mean violence.
And also, so what? Then the next person who the sword's supposed to go to starts doing it, and she sends us after them, and then again and again. Nori, this isn't an answer, because the sword will now continuously pick someone else.
Or
Also,
connection, as you say, the potential deceiver is in
Is in what, sorry?
this mountain.
How did the stone bypass it then?
If it is someone that's of one of those, perhaps they have found a way to. As you say, we might not know the truth of it, but as Nori says, that
Don't give a fuck about.
We have moved quickly then to being part of the insurrection. I wanted to say rebellion.
The
but
you can
that's-
say the rebellion if you want, yeah.
Yeah.
The Lions Rebellion.
If you are saying, Lockhart, that in these scenarios, it is always the, like, these people are put together, the sword decides, and everyone needs to suck it up and deal with it. Why is Loudon not doing? Unless she knows
It would-
otherwise.
put this down much quicker than
And no
having
one
to
could
fight
contest it. There
But
is
also in the terms of us not being here to investigate, we were originally put together to investigate. So I think it would be not outside our remit to continue to investigate things. In terms of that's what we were originally put together. And I kind of look around at, like, we were an investigation team. So
You
it's
really
not
want that
unrealistic
brothel in
to-
Loudenhall, don't you?
We do. Come on, brothel and school would be great.
Yep.
Just a line down the middle.
Don't worry about it,
Oh,
Scott.
We'll fill you in. We'll fill
We'll
you
get
in.
there. We will get there.
Because Vermi would absolutely go for it.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
kid on one side.
who have been given what is, without the sword, the most solid bit of evidence that this other person should be the rule. In other instances, when this becomes an issue, the sword is left to decide. Why is the queen not letting the sword decide?
I would also worry that if there is a hole or a problem with the swords deciding, that maybe harks back to old conflicts and is a bigger concern for the world if something has gone wrong with the magic of the sword. Because if it's gone wrong with the human sword, what's to say that doesn't ripple?
And you also speak of right to ruin. We'll like hold up his legal textbook and like
As a mother.
Five Blades have cornerstone of governance. However long it's been.
Like over 900 years.
Time immemorial.
Okay, for
Long.
generations then. Because if it's not millennia, then generations.
Yeah.
There was plenty of rulership before then without the Blades, if the Blades are causing trouble. I think they should be seen as the...
I'm trying to find, so the name of the actual sword itself, I did write down, it's just referred to as like the something blade, like the numbered blade. I think it's the third blade, I think I wrote. So if you need to call it something, it's the third blade.
Myr'ra has a great point that if these things made of such incredible magic are failing, something of some level of incredible magic is either doing it or they're fading. I don't know enough about magic, but I know enough to be concerned that either the sword isn't working or that Odin knows that she shouldn't have the sword and is holding on to it. Because again, if we take Nori's idea and kill this one, then the sword picks somebody else. And then it takes, let's say it's already an adult, and they immediately starts harping. And then we're sent to kill another person, and then another person, and then eventually it's a child, and then what are we doing?
Sounds like a problem for, say, another time, but likely
Unlikely if we succeed in this, she'll use us again. If you're clever that way, and you know somebody can do a job, you keep them doing it. Think they're efficient.
taken very get to this point, and seems to have spoken some luck. So, to say we might have another year of this, if that's how we go down the insurrection, unlikely to be another year. Can I just clarify? Maybe being cheeky on that last roll, has there been any like big civil wars over this?
No, that was avoided because people were like, well, back to basics, who's the sword picking? Done.
Has there been any big civil wars just in general?
Before the old war, yeah. Like,
Right.
when things were when people had a lot less to worry about,
Yeah.
there was a lot more shit like that going on. But the Fae really focused the Table of the Five Blades, and hence why they went on to build out like the Grand Council and stuff like that as well.
Yeah, no, I just really mean in Denk itself.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But I mean, like, weirdly, from like a continent-wide point of view, no, it's not really a thing because people have went, well, there are bigger problems. I mentioned before, though, that because it's been so many hundreds of years, like, since the Old War, the older pettiness has bled in more and more. So yeah, like, it's not to say there isn't going to be a massive insurrection at some point soon. Wink. Right?
Wink.
Well, is kind of in our context.
There has been
Our-
peace with the swords.
Yes, it doesn't mean to say that there hasn't been disagreements between, like, the tiers down, right, with territory arguments. Like, obviously, you've got Threem, who's in charge of a city, you've got Talanis, like, Riven's countess, who's in charge of a city.
You've got my
like,
backstory.
Like, you've got, obviously, like, where... What was the name of your place again? Is it? I want to say the Twin Streams, but I don't think that's what it was called. Is it? The name of it? Like,
Bridge over White Waters.
the Bridge over White Waters. Close enough. I think the Twin Streams is the thing from Doctor Who. So, so yeah, that's like, there are like Baron level type people that probably argue more, and it's really up to, like, are they going to be petty enough to let it get to the Queen's desk? So she has to resolve it, because that would be embarrassing for everybody involved. So, like, a lot of stuff probably happens under the Crown's nose that way, like, or out with the review, just because, yeah.
Let's not bother her with this. This is above her.
Yeah, it's like, oh, you've stolen this farmland, and that was our ancestral farmland before the old war? Well, absolutely not. Like, you know.
But if it's gotten to Queen level, it dies down very quickly.
Yeah, because the Queen just decides what happens. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
no one's ever tried to.
You're welcome to challenge her in
Pretend to be
combat.
queen. Yeah.
Yeah.
And she has the third blade. So
Yes,
you don't
yes.
laugh.
Why hasn't?
So,
Oh, in fact, wait, this person's planning on challenger in combat, isn't she?
Don't know.
well,
I
we don't know that yet.
We don't know.
I think
Did-
she's not got that far.
2
Our
questions.
job.
Yes.
1,
Mhm.
did Vermi have a sword on her or any kind of weapon we could see?
In the room there was a spear,
Okay.
but it was sat
Okay.
like
Yeah.
on this, like where the throne's meant to be sat. It was like sat in like kind of like woven basket next to it. You know,
A spear is a blade.
it is a blade.
It
Yeah.
is a blade,
Mhm.
unlike a hammer.
Correct. Correct.
Unlike a what?
A hammer.
A hammer.
And then I'll kind of ask the second question
Mhm.
to Jett, but I feel like Ryan will. Jett, what's the plan at the top of the mountain this evening? Why is she going up there?
Ryan, fill me in.
You have no idea other than she has said that there is an appointment she would like to keep at the top of the mountain.
Okay,
Yeah.
thoughts.
I will. I literally have just said exactly what Ryan said.
Mm-hmm.
That was a really good
Oh.
impression.
Oh. Oh.
Oh.
Well, that could be all
You,
sorts.
you don't think it'd be direct appointments to see? Like the wheels racing. Like
Yeah.
you don't think potentially there could be a meeting between? See.
That's the case, then the sword decides.
Against
Wrong.
against the who? Sorry, I'm putting my headphones on because
The 2 queens.
As in Loudon's the person she's meeting.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
well,
that would make our mission so much easier.
No.
To be fair, the teleportation we tell.
I looking at Lockhart just goes. And
Oh.
wouldn't that be incredibly worth witnessing?
It would resolve the issue very quickly.
Politics, whether on the streets or at a higher level, a meeting like this will be the only resolution eventually. Whether it's this meeting or whether it's a conclave of all the sorts.
Or it could be
Weird.
something from the old one. The
Was.
speculation are at the moment. Simply a worst case scenario.
I just
Was that common? Would like Fae meetings and Fae deals happen under a full moon?
Oh yeah, 100%. Like the
No.
Fae and the moon are tied very closely together.
Yeah.
Fae,
that's
moon,
confirmed.
silver, mirrors, all of that.
Yeah.
That was
And
absolutely.
we're on a silver mine on a full moon.
You might be getting help.
Fae
Oh no, we need to resolve this.
somewhere.
I look
Within.
towards Myr'ra and smile and go, I intend on going. I don't know what's going to happen yet. Smile and just go, worry and you suffer twice.
To a
That's
big
that
angry
twice.
bird is the problem. If she's up there and turns into the big angry bird and attacks people, they might kill her.
Oh, no, I wasn't saying about her. I wasn't being it in the sense of she should come with me. I'm just going like, I'm going to go. I'm not worried. And if anything happens, I'll worry about it then.
There's a knock at the door.
Oh.
You're occupied.
It's a Inquisition.
Quick, everything, act natural as you're all huddled together.
Practicing knots around
yeah.
Vera's body. Like,
Someone's in here!
I don't think my hands should be in the front.
Yeah.
Guess I shall go and answer
do
it.
your arms turn into wings or do you grow wings? Like, I don't want
Kind
to
of
get
both.
squished.
It's like my
Okay,
arms,
right.
I still.
Sure.
Like you've got the little hands at the here and then
Our arms turn into wings and our feet turn into beaks.
So, you open the door,
I
Jett,
open the
we do
door.
not. We do not.
and you look down, and there's a small child with a bandage around their arm.
Somebody punched them.
Somebody punched this poor child. Just, it's the law. It has to go in. Colin paid for this child. It's full scholarship to the RP.
No.
So they kind of look up and down and they're like scratching their butt a bit as they're looking at it and go, Mr. Jett, Vermi wants to see you again. Or they'd probably say the lion wants to see you again. And your friends too. And then
I'll
like,
be like,
it's trying to like poke his head round behind, like to see everybody.
If
I
I'm
would
close
just-
enough, he gets a boiled sweet, as all children do near Riven.
Yeah, his unpunched arm goes out and takes the sweet and like he's going, "Thank you very much, mister," and puts it in his mouth. It's just like
Again, Jett will just not like kind of like bow his head and just be like, "Where is she? Or
Like-
where is she expecting us?"
and the kid just kind of like looks back up the hill and just points up to the like the long hall, which is like a big Viking long hall.
All right, right. And I'll be like,
That's where you were a
Okay.
moment like earlier.
right, yeah, right, all right. I was just about to say, I'll be like, okay, I'll be there shortly.
Okay, and then it like runs off.
I'll turn around to the group and go like, well, we've been summoned.
Back we
What time
go.
of evening are we getting to?
What? Sorry?
What time of evening are we getting to?
Oh, it's still super early.
Mid-afternoon, surely.
Super early. That's okay then.
No, it is.
Just confirming.
Fine.
Just confirming.
Yeah,
A wee
you've
walk
got
up the hill might be
you've
too
got
long.
hours and hours.
Ah, fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
So, yeah.
I'll kind of I'll look at Myr'ra and just be like, are you able to attend?
Mm-hmm. I point at the sun in the sky.
Like,
We're all
I
good
just-
at the moment.
just be like, wonderful. I'm enjoying this company. If everyone wants, do we have anything further to discuss, or do you want to just?
It would be unwise to keep her stay away.
Her Majesty.
Loudon sat there with a stopwatch, staring at it intently.
Just be like that. Someone's Majesty.
Go.
Head back.
Or like recomposure from Lockhart's like, yes, and
Do,
back
do,
to
do.
business.
And back to business. Let's go. Do.
Yep.
Can I also just check with for 2 levels of effort? That's 4.
Well, it's 3 for the first one, 2 for the second level. So it's 5 total, and then your edge would discount it down. Just if you're looking at your math. Cool. So, if you wanted to swing by like your hall that you have, you can do so. If you wanted to pick up anything on the way, or just head straight to the long hall.
I want to go and get Riven's dagger back. No, I don't. No, I
So, is this your dagger? This isn't my dagger. Is this one your dagger? This isn't my... Where did you get all these daggers?
You weigh more than me now. Damn it.
Ablative dagger armor. Yep, I like it. Right, so
My paper cuts
what's the plan? Heading back to the long hall or
back would be
straight
best.
back?
to the hall.
So you head straight back there. It looks like people have assembled outside with like travel gear like piled up outside at the steps, and they're like chatting away amongst themselves. And they look at you guys as you are approaching. They don't like acknowledge nothing other than like pleasantly like smile if you lock eyes or whatever. They're mostly kind of talking amongst themselves, and when you get close and like go up the steps to the long hall, you can hear them just muttering about the best routes to take up the mountain, and like based on the weather and the seasons, like what routes are like safer to climb than others. And you just get in, and up the back again you can see just quite like it's almost like a kind of mid-afternoon meal is happening, and there's a whole bunch of like, again, mostly it seems to be all the kids are like all are like basically just around where like the between the throne and the fire, and they're all kind of like sat cross-legged with their bowls of whatever they've got, and Verme's telling them a story as they're all kind of like sat fascinated.
The story of what?
Yeah, what's
Some adventure, just like a very very like uplifting heroic tale of doing the right thing, basically. Very generic story to make kids pay attention, right? Basically.
Right.
She's sharing an anecdote.
Yeah, she's buffing all the kids so she can
That's
attack. Every child has that same sling on though for some reason. Colin, stop buying those.
And they've all got one of Riven's daggers.
Ah.
The army rises. That would be worrying, but no, it's nothing like that. No, it's just a little adventure story, basically, about, some person that went out, into the woods one day and then met a wolf, and the wolf was like, "Oh, do you want to come see my family?" And it's like, "Oh, cool, what's that?" And then one of the family, like, the wolf cub had a thorn in its paw or some shit. Like, one of those generic fable-y type stories that just involves be a good person, don't judge a book by its cover, ...
Stuck an onion on my belt.
And that was the style of
Style
it.
of the time.
Okay, Gregor.
In the original version, everybody dies, but when Disney gets hold of it, it's a happy ever ending.
Lawyers
Right,
aside, yeah. Right, so he's got there, and then like as you walk in, like Vermi like smiles and goes, "Now, kids, is everyone finished?" And like they all like tap their bowls with like their spoons a couple of times. Obviously, it seems to be some kind of cultural thing, and then they all get up and leave, and then like they all kind of like saunter out, muttering to themselves about "I am the wolf" or whatever, like things kids say. And she like gestures for you all to come over. And goes, "Sorry, I've summoned you so quickly, but we are going to be leaving for the top of the mountain soon. Do you have any preparations you have to make?"
Yeah, I'll just say it's like, how long do you expect this journey to be?
As long as it takes, Jett. I'm sure you can appreciate that. Jett just opens his mouth at her and just screams.
Fire in laser.
Yeah. I can appreciate that. Are you still intending to be there by midnight?
Kind of raises an eyebrow at you and smiles and goes, "It takes as long as it takes, Jett." And she's like, "That's a lot more firmer than before. That's definitely we're going up," is basically the tone.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Have you made the journey before?
She smiles and goes, "Yes, many times. It's quite safe."
I inquired to the naturalist why we.
I think it's something better witnessed than explained, but yes, I am going to try and summon a creature that can assist.
The fine creature.
She kind of smiles warmly. She smiles
Mm-hmm.
warmly and says, "All will be revealed in time. We will be quite safe." She smiles again warmly. Like, she seems totally confident and casual about
I
this.
hope you understand if you summon a fae, I'm killing it in front of you in 2 seconds.
She kind of like smiles and says, "I think if that's how you feel, perhaps this journey is one you definitely need to make."
Just making sure.
Yes.
It's
Any
the
violence,
nature of the mine.
you are a guest of mine on this mountain. Any actions you take that are not to my liking, you will answer for. And then she smiles again, pleasantly, like, "This is all very tense, but please go make any preparations you need to do."
I'll just go there like that, like, so quick for violence, you lot.
If she summons a fae, we have a serious problem.
We have a serious opportunity.
Are we still in front of her? 'Cause
Yes, you're right in front of her.
we will make our preparations immediately. Majesty, shan't we?
Is the expectation that all of us
Yeah.
should be there?
Yeah, she seemed to believe so. You're all going up.
Oh, great!
Uh-oh.
Party!
It's fine. I've got a plan.
Yeah, we'll be fine.
I have got a plan. It is to come up with a plan.
Mm-hmm. Once we've formed the plan, step 2 is to enact the plan flawlessly.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And then step
Something, profit.
Profit. You continue that one.
So, seems fine. Right. Do you have
That's
any
nice.
preparations to go make?
Um,
I'm gonna leave my portable writing desk. I'm not gonna take that with me.
You don't want to chronicle the event, no?
I'll take my travel notebook.
Mhm.
Just don't need the desk.
Take food, take basics, take the rope.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, take the rope. That's a good plan.
I've got the rope and I've got blankets and stuff. Like Riven's basically prepping more for Myr'ra than anything else.
Yeah, and that's like, playing mother to the monster is maybe a good idea so far, right? We'll see how that scenario plays out. Yeah. So
I'm going back for my full kit just because.
Yeah.
Does
that include your horse?
Well, possibly. Will the horse make it? If it is, possibly. I can't help but think that things have gone turned on its head 180 degrees, and within myself, I'm still not sure.
Less witnesses at the
What?
top of the mountain.
There's a gang outside that's coming with us.
It's not the 200 plus people that are in the keep, though.
True.
Like, there is definitely a mathematical difference between the handful of people going up, which is like 3 people, and
Oh,
Vermi.
right.
Yeah.
That's fine. I thought you said a wee crowd of people. I thought like 20 odd at least.
No.
Right.
No,
That's fine. Oh, that changes. That's fine.
Like 2 people in a spring roll.
Like, for someone that's obviously not implied necessarily, but you are inferring that they're going to summon a Fate, they're acting incredibly casual. Like, at no point are they worried. Like,
So either they're not, or they're confident that the way in which they do will somehow reassure us all that it's.
Also, people do still summon the Fate. It's not advised, but it still happens. It's not necessarily common, but, the world's a big place. And the Fae are very useful.
Very silly.
Yeah. They are.
So, if nobody else is going to go back to our original hut, then
I think you all do to like sort out what you are taking and leaving, right?
Right.
You can all kind of like work your admin that way. Does anybody have anything out with the norm to solve before like reporting for duty? Other than making sure you have the hemp rope for Operation Bird. Operation Birdcage, that's what it's called. Yeah. I'm going to assume that's a no.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, like I honestly don't think it's a terrible idea to consider bringing a horse. Like, could we refer to the people that are likely coming?
It doesn't look like they're taking any horses.
Yeah, or could we just like
Thundercast?
It doesn't seem like.
ask about the terrain, horse me.
I mean, it would probably take you twice as long to go by horse than the way they're planning. Yeah. Like, you'll be able to climb parts a horse can't. No. The horse would be less effort for you, but take longer.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. Like, we're not all built to scale mountains, okay?
Riven can just throw you up.
Yep. I'll just carry you.
We're not all built to be horses.
So, if that's the case then, you can all make your montage-based preparations to get ready for the climb. We'll take our break here and come back in 10 minutes. And we'll get sorted there. So, be back in 10 minutes, folks. BRB. And I'll try and find out how to pause it again. There we
be back soon.
go. Perfect. Hopefully the audio works good as well now that we're back. You can let me know. Can one of you speak as well?
It's good.
Nice, good. So yes, welcome back to part 2 of session 3 of Pride's Claim. I'm Ryan, the GM. It's the 19th of January 2024, and here are the players.
2 seconds, because my character sheet is not loading for some reason.
Do you remember who you are?
Nope.
Who am I?
It's okay.
Why am I here?
Hiya, I'm Scott. I'm playing Jett, a virtuous explorer who focuses mind over matter.
Good evening, my name is Alexander. Tonight I'll be continuing to Lockheart. Empathetic speaker is exactly the sort of person you.
Hi, I'm still Hannah, and I'm still playing Myr'ra Pentergast, who is a Helborn Adept, getting ever closer to shedding her skin.
Evening, everybody. My name's Chris, and I'm going to be Nori Nediam tonight. I'm a half-elf explorer who likes to infiltrate, but I'm working more on my assassination skills this evening.
Hi, I'm Nat, and I play Riven, the tough warrior who masters weaponry.
Yes, and we found ourselves making preparations to claim the mountain of the Roxfall mountain range to keep an appointment that Vermi seems to have made up there. Yes.
Sauce!
Totes fine.
Sauce!
So yes, you assemble outside the long hall, waiting for Vermi and her like 3 others to assemble. So the others seem to be inside. Stuff's all kind of piled up outside. It's just packs and stuff. Travel packs. They don't seem to be traveling very heavily. I think Lockhart at this point, you'd maybe bring up the question about horses. Is that okay? And like you get told very much that it would get in the way more, and to keep the schedule that they need to, they need to move quicker. Sadly.
So we could mess up their schedule, is what you're saying.
Yeah, you definitely could try.
I mean, I don't think that would be a smart idea.
I want to see
But it is an idea.
Bad knee, I just need to walk slower. Can we just,
Yes.
what's that bird? Myr'ra, can you just...
We had first tea break. What about second tea break?
What about
Third tea break?
11 is...
It's like fork in the road.
Afternoon
No,
tea?
I'm sure it's this way. You've never been here, but I'm sure it's this way.
It feels like it should be there. Yeah.
He's getting mountain madness!
Always follow your nose, and it's this way.
Walks into a ravine.
Yeah.
Riven just like,
Yep. Riven is the opposite of a ravine. Yep. So,
I mean, you would definitely walk into Riven if you followed your nose.
wow, I don't know what that means.
Flying I smell?
Yeah,
How dare!
Lockhart, have you been talking to Jett again?
Don't do that. Don't say
See why
that.
you're friends.
No wonder he's one of Lockhart's friends, yeah. Lockhart in an
travel
earlier
banter.
session, for Scott's benefit, Lockhart insulted another person that was basically like another Riven earlier in the game. As soon as he found out that they weren't from Dink, it was like, that explains the smell. What a monster you are, Lockhart.
Oh, it's so true, though.
So wow. So you're not even, you even live in Dink.
I know, but still.
So yes, Dink sounds like it's the place that should smell.
Maybe that's the thing. Maybe everyone else smells lovely.
Yeah.
And that's how you know they're not from Tech.
It's too floral. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. So anyway, so the gang come out of the long hall. You've got the 3 kind of guide-looking people, like kind of rangery-looking people that you've met. Like I say, like you've seen their type before. You've not met these particular ones, and you've then got Vermi, like with their like travel gear on, like a lot more kind of like not totally wrapped up. As I said, the south's quite warm, but obviously if you're climbing a mountain, you might want to have some more like cozy gear. And they've got their spear in hand. They seem to be kind of just using as a bit of a staff. Anyone that wants to look at the top of the spear, Riven, you'd maybe just know this based on like your weapon knowledge, but it's a dragonglass tipped spear rather than like
Fucking thingy.
Not quite a Black Fang spear, no. It's bigger problems than another game. But yes, it's essentially dragon glass as well, which means it maybe explains in your head, you can connect that with the Firestone a bit. Like, obviously that means somebody in the Draconic lands clearly has some influence here, because dragon glass is rare, and the fact that there was a dragon glass enchantment in the Firestone, and the spear tip is a dragon glass as well. So,
is Viren actually a dragon?
do you mean Vermi?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Because Viren, I think, is from the Dragon Prince. Which is maybe why your
and the
brain's
Dourf Knight.
thinking...
Yeah, it's because I've been watching it like.
It's great,
non-stop
but anyway,
right now.
so I'll talk about it for hours, which I shouldn't do. But
And
yes,
the Wheel of Time.
and the Wheel of Time is really good. I know
Yeah,
Scott
the
has
Wheel
watched
of
some of
Time.
that, yeah. So anyway,
I watched all of that.
we're here climbing a mountain, kind of. You're stalling me, not Vermi. It's the wrong way round.
I mean, one and the same, right?
I mean, here we
One
are.
and the same.
So anyway, we screen wiped to the top of the mountain, and
You still didn't tell me if Verme's Dragonborn or not.
yeah, they do not look like a dragon. No, they look human.
Okay.
Yeah, they're like, I want to say, did I say 6'2" or something? I think I said 6'2". Because we were going for Gwendolyn Christie-esque like stature. So yeah, Verme's a tall gal, but that's not unusual in these parts when you look at Riven, who's 7'8". So like, yeah, the are you actually like, it's 7'8" in armor, isn't it? Or is it 7'8"?
Yes.
Yeah, 7'8" in armor, and it's like, what, like 2 inches shorter, maybe in like out of armor.
If
or
you're
something?
lucky, it's 2 inches.
Yeah.
It's 2 inches short. She's a big
Yeah.
creature. The growth hormone in her body did
Yeah.
not stop till she was in her 20s, and then was like, "Well, this is great. Every door is an obstacle."
I have to make my own doors.
That's
So yeah,
when you realise you are the door.
so Verme looks at you guys and says, "Are we ready for a climb?" He kind of smiles warmly again at the gang.
Yep, you'll just see me be like, deep breath in, kind of getting ready, like limbering up, and be like, I'm excited to see what this will bring.
Yeah, and in your time in this camp, because you've been here for like a month and a half or something, nobody goes up the mountain. That's just a thing, like kids talk about it and stuff, but nobody goes there.
That kind of like, I dare you to go up and
Yeah.
just, like, see who can put like a toe higher than
Yeah.
the other.
Yep, like they all like, dare each other and whatnot. And some people, like, I mean, you've probably been for a walk around, like, maybe higher than where the camp is, just to get a nicer view of the keep in the camp and stuff like that. But you even wouldn't go up any higher because it's discouraged. It's not illegal because there isn't really laws here. It's just discouraged. It's like you're welcome to stroll around whatever part of the mountain like you were told you can stroll around, but beyond that, don't go any higher. So like it's up to you if you want to have like looked about a bit higher or not, but you know that you've maybe been up here before. Maybe you went up there for some quiet and to meditate or something.
I've not been up in the mountain though.
Yeah, you've not been at the top. No, definitely not. I think you're smart enough and world travelled enough to know if somebody says it's not advisable to go up a mountain that's on top of a silver mine.
I've
yeah.
Like just to bring it back to Dragon Prince, I've not went past that bit where I need to cast the last breath spell.
Yeah, exactly. So still definitely like comfortable enough to like climb and stroll and whatnot. I mean, the mountain isn't massive either. This isn't like Mount Barris from the other game or anything like that. Like it's not huge or unclimbable. It's just you can, having worked out it was a silver mine, you can tell why people don't come here.
How many ribbons high is it?
How many ribbons high? Like 2.
I've got that. 2 strides, I'm done.
Yeah. So yeah, so does anybody reply to Verme? Try to remember where the fuck I am. Everybody ready for the climb is basically what?
I am just thinking.
We've brought enough supplies for everyone, so don't worry if you were a bit short. We know that you haven't spent much time with us yet.
That's very kind.
I'm interested in why you want all of us to come.
She kind of smiles. Some of us are familiar with each other, Jett, and she like smiles and kind of bows slightly to you, deferentially. Says, but some are not so familiar to me, and I think it would be quite a good bonding experience.
Riven's still thinking, I might need to kill whatever gets summoned. This will not
I've
go
never
well.
wanted insight check back more.
I know, that's what this system doesn't have.
You
Damn it.
can roll to gauge some. Like you can.
Yeah,
You
I was
can.
gonna say,
It's just
can
an
I try
intellect
to-
roll.
So I've got skills in this, so I can either.
Well,
I've
let's
got
see what they're
discernment-
trying to. Let's see what they're trying to work out, because you wouldn't know what they're trying to work out, right? Like Jett doesn't. He's not in like Myr'ra's head. So let's see. What are you thinking, Hannah?
Yes.
Talk us through your thoughts.
I want to know. I want to know what I know about like summoning rituals and like how dangerous they are. Like, is she are we going to power a spell? I think is
Are
my
you
worry.
components in the spell? Is what you're worried
Yeah,
about?
because we've done 2 big things of magic quite recently. Drew on people. So I think Myr'ra's will go quite quickly to maybe we're the battery but like this lady seems lovely, so maybe not. But like so she's
So,
rolling through the roller
You definitely
coaster.
cannot insight that. You'd have to have a
Yeah.
conversation about that with her.
I know.
But you can insight if you
Yeah.
like if
Like,
she feels like
feel
she's
it-
misleading you. Like,
Yeah, do I feel at risk?
yeah, I mean, well, first of all, do you?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
then you're
I
at risk.
am the risk.
Wait, I'm the risk the whole time. But yes, if you want. So, do you have any skills that help or hinder gauging someone else's disposition?
No, I'm quite devious. I don't know how.
We know that. But yeah,
I'm in unable to persuade or deceive according because people don't trust me.
that's okay. Yeah, like I think it's just a flat roll then, unless you're modifying
Yeah,
it.
that's-
So yeah,
No,
let's.
I'm just roll that.
Okay.
And it's just a like gut check.
Yeah.
So I don't.
I
not gonna
really,
success.
really hope it's a 1.
I've got XP. It's fine.
Mhm.
I don't have any assets. Okay.
It's a pretty good roll, though,
Fine.
yeah.
It is ones, but it's not only one.
Yeah, it's 2 1s.
Fine.
Yeah, a 1 with a friend.
Mhm.
So yeah, you're like, I think the real translation of this is you've got more things, bigger, more immediate things to worry about, but you don't feel like at any point Vermi has threatened you.
Yeah.
Like you don't
Like
feel
she
like
gives off. Yeah.
quite maternal vibes, really.
Okay. Yeah, it's that like brief thought, and then like, well, we'll worry about that when it happens.
Yeah, and I mean, having been probably used in the past by even just like other people in the Arcanatrix trying to get ahead and stuff like that, right? Like you kind of get a feel for like people going, am I actually useful here, or am I useful to your agenda? Like, so yeah, you don't necessarily, again, there's very limited info you can really get, right, from that kind of like interaction until you interact with them maybe more, very like targeted interactions, like, how do you feel about betrayals? Like, so without targeting the conversation, the general feeling you get is, yeah, you're okay. Other than everything else that's a problem. That's got nothing to do with
I
Vermi.
stick to my earlier. Is it bad that I quite like her?
I like her.
Yeah. She seems well liked as well, see, from everybody around as well. Like, like even Kamala, when she were taking you into the camp, was like, just believe in her.
Yeah. Children trust her. They're quite a good judge of character.
Yeah. Even the punched one got a job.
Got made to feel important.
Yeah. It's probably why they were punched.
We'd probably be just interested. They said, get to know each other better, and sort of specifically, are they trying to get us to like them more, or is she trying to get us to like them more, or them to see if they want to?
So this is a difficulty 0 test. Would you like to roll or just know the answer?
Dice are fun.
Dice are fun.
Yeah, dice are fun.
Okay, then what should I be asking? Because this is something Lockhart probably can do quite well in.
Like, it's a difficulty 0, is what I'm saying, and it's, again, you trying to, similar check to, you know, you're trying to read her, right? Like, trying to read our intentions with our statement, so, yeah.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to think is.
Well, if you list the things you get bonuses to, we can rule them out as we go through them.
Well, no, I know I get bonus to positive or negative interactions with people.
Okay.
What I was thinking is she wanting us on her side, or is she trying to gauge whether she wants us on her side?
Well, that's what you're trying to figure out.
Yeah.
That's what I'm
So-
going to answer if you decide if you're rolling or not.
I shall roll.
Okay, it's the right choice.
Oh.
Spending any effort on this one?
Just the one.
I mean, there is no reason to.
No.
Like, the risk here is rolling a 1 or not. That's the only risk. And the gains are a 19 or a 20. It's the only reason why you'd want to roll on a 0 difficulty.
Roll a 7.
You're determined to roll a 7.
Yes.
Yeah, like yep, it works. Yeah, you're trained. So it's now a difficulty 0,
Oh,
down to a difficulty 0. You rolled a
You
2.
can't get lower than 0, and he gets a 2.
Amazing. You didn't roll a 1,
Exactly.
Yep.
and that's the main thing. So this is still a success.
And it's trained, so
No, it's a success. So, yes. The, yeah. You can tell just from having been in many negotiations as an ambassador across, like, different countries, Vermi is very much a case of keeping you in her sight. Like, yous aren't known. There isn't an aura of distrust, though. There's an aura of caution. Like, it's more a case of Vermi understands that protecting the people of this camp's more important than getting to know you guys. And by taking you guys with her, she's taking the threat with her. So, yeah, that's the gist you're getting from that. There is definitely a sense of they don't seem to be trying to be liked. They're just being them, from what you can tell.
they're trying so hard that I'm not picking up on it.
I mean, with a 2, you can guarantee that. No, it's the difficulty was 0. It doesn't matter what you rolled. So yeah, like, you're pretty confident it's like, they don't seem to care if you like them or not. Like, they're not keeping you here as far as you can tell.
Why not?
I mean, besides the part
Great.
where you were all told you were going up the mountain with her. Besides that part. Yeah.
mm.
To
So
me,
I don't
an
know whether
unknown thing
Kamala
that they're
put that
going to
across.
summon in.
But you can
Kamala might have a different idea in that.
But you can also understand why, like, they want you to go with them, because again, yous are a risk to her people. Like, she doesn't know
That
you
doesn't-
guys. Yeah.
Gentle us.
Gentle
We've
us.
we've not had a fight.
Yeah,
We've
as you
not-
say, Kamala
we've
rubs
not
her
had a
neck
battle.
at the tavern camp. Yeah. Yep.
But Kamal's not. Yeah, she's not with us.
No, she's not, but she's at a camp rubbing her neck based off of his gentle us.
And,
I didn't draw blood.
The other people she's brought haven't introduced themselves.
No.
They're not.
They're none of
they
those.
just
Are.
beyond.
Or
I'm not
Struan.
screwing. Oh, Eric.
They're not Baran, Rask, Sarek, Leng, Dirk, Struan, or the other one. As
Could be
I
the
mean,
other-
it could be the other one.
wasn't Jett.
No. No.
Do
I
you
am my own person.
have a bow and arrow?
So yeah.
Yes.
You can assume that Kamala and her people are probably back out there doing their job, because they don't seem to live at the camp, and they stay in, like, you know, the wilderness around. So yeah, anyone else inciting Vermi? Are we good? Are we happy? Like, Scott, how do you feel? Like, I mean, you have been here for like over a month, so like, how do you feel? Do you
See,
wanna...
I was thinking on doing some kind of that to see why she wants us all.
I mean, again, very similar to Lockhart. Like, it's very clear to you that, like, would you leave a bunch of unknowns in your, like, home? No,
Yeah.
you take them with you. We're all going to Asda.
We're the chicken in the fox and the grain situation.
Yeah.
I mean, you're quite literally a chicken, almost.
Quite.
So.
Mhm. So yeah, like I think again, instinctively, it's a difficulty 0 test, Scott. So like you can definitely you don't need to roll. You can just tell that like this is Vermi being very smart, taking you guys away.
Let's take the.
But also, there's no. It's not necessarily as sinister as that either. Like it is just a case of like, does seem to genuinely want to know who you are. Like,
I'm lovely.
I mean, you've been here a month and not caused any trouble, so yeah, like so far so good.
Right.
Don't let those pesky new adventurers corrupt you. So, anybody else rolling? Or are we all good?
I'm not rolling, but I am going to put this across again. I don't know whether
Okay.
it's a player moment or whether it's just in general.
Let's call it a player moment first.
Yeah, it is going to come across that I am still
Violence.
You're still
out of
cold, sorry?
what we're here. Yeah, I'm still torn.
Right, torn.
I'm still very. My past history and being released from prison,
Mhm.
I probably have a bit more loyalty for that. I don't know. There's no logic in what I'm here to do. I'm still here on a mission.
Yeah, like
That's the person I am.
yeah, I was gonna say like the job, the bottom line of the contract for you is what matters, right? Like rather than like what
I
it
get paid to
means.
achieve.
Yeah,
The achievement I feel I've been given was
you're not a big picture person in this
Yes.
scenario. Yeah, which is okay.
Yes.
Like you're allowed to be. Yeah. It just
Yep.
makes for some interesting party dynamics. And I think like Nori's been quite upfront about that, so I think everybody could know that. Like just at the moment, Nori's still not even on the fence. They'd need to climb out of Loudon's garden before they're even on the fence. Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
I don't think I'm ever going to use the phrase Loudon's garden ever again.
I was just about to say, Ryan, you really didn't think that one through, did you?
I tend not to.
The broth.
Yeah. God, that be the most. I can already hear KT getting the sign made. Yep.
I kind of want to make it start a band called Loudon Garden.
So anyway, if that's the case and everybody like sets off, the provisions have obviously been made for you guys so that you, like, I know they said Loudon. So Vermi didn't obviously know what you guys had supply-wise. They've covered you guys, in terms of that. Like the 3 people that are coming seem to just be full of supplies.
did they bring rope and we just had to waste a dagger?
Is it a wasted dagger if it got your rope? Really?
This reminds me of a time when I took up control up a hill.
I'm gonna have to start getting you just to play out one-shots to justify this stuff. The
I
amount
walked
of,
down a corridor. It seemed like an illusion, and I just want you to all be aware of what the sort of things to be looking out for and to be not tripping over stuff.
these things did at least happen. Like, so yeah, you start your climb. It's fairly leisurely strolling initially, for the first maybe couple of hours, and yeah, like people are happy enough to chat. Like people talk. Mostly it's the 3 people up ahead, and then Vermi, kind of like mingling with you guys. Like maybe Jett's up ahead as well because proving you've got good legs. I don't know. It's up to you how you are kind of
Legs!
But like Vermi is pretty much making sure there's no stragglers. There's no nobody's falling behind. Again, very pack mentality mindset of like keeping an eye on everyone to make sure everybody's like making it the climb.
Ride.
I'd never say such a thing.
I see what you did there.
So yes, besides that, you'll obviously stop at a certain point before the climb turns a lot steeper, a lot more dramatic, and then they start like employing slightly more enhanced climbing methods like rope and harnesses and various
I
things like
thought
that.
we've got hundreds of rope for Hannah.
Brought our own.
All of it. All of it.
But yeah, you'll probably find that like it's not that it's a tiring walk. It's just you're aware you're starting to like feel with the fact that you've been walking for a few hours now, with an incline as well. I said if nobody chats, like again, there's just maybe Verme's just narrating some of the surroundings, like, oh, this type of plant grows here, over there you can see as far as that place out that way, like on a clear day, like just very clearly just pleasantries, right?
Yeah, and Lockhart would be definitely engaging with pleasantries and trying, jumping on any moment to be like,
How do you feel about betrayal?
these mountains so long, you've come up this way many times, you know all these people with you, so lucky to have all these commanders, like...
Are you jealous, Lockhart? She laughs a bit to herself, melodically.
Oh, is it that obvious? I do hope to be to and talk to all these brilliant minds that you have congregated about yourself.
She kind of like smiles again, kind of like she's like almost as if she's like tasting the words you've thrown at her, right? Like enjoying it, and then says, "If you have something you want to ask, Lockhart, like I am happy to have a more serious discussion if you would like."
No, I just like you to... I would just hope that for all of this seriousness of this...
My birthright. She smiles.
The others around you. I've met
Kamala?
Kamala, thank you.
Yeah.
Met Kamala, a strong watcher and someone who takes their job very seriously. I just hope that support her such quality.
She smiles and goes, "Have you detected otherwise?"
Must forgive my cynicism of having been raised around Denkmark.
She like puts her hand up like to dismiss that, like just not to interrupt you, but just to like be like, "Meh, I'm not gonna hold that against you." Like,
Used to being around many far less competent than what I've seen so far.
she smiles at, "Are you trying to flatter me, Lockhart?"
I'm hopeful that these to continue. Wishing to ensure that you had to support, or if there was any, perhaps I could.
I'm sure the ways in which your support will become vital will reveal themselves in due course. Perhaps once you fully trust me.
Oh, I'm sure many opportunities will present themselves. Myriad of times.
She smiles and she goes, "I hope so." And she like keeps walking with you.
We'll try and just keep up like
Mhm.
some of the pleasantries.
Yeah, I think like there's maybe that hangs for a little bit, a couple of steps, and then they point out and go, "And over there," and just carries on like the narrating random like scenery and stuff as well to like break that, not tension as such, but like that hanging silence. At no point does like she just seems really, really comfy, right? Like Verme doesn't like even the climb doesn't seem to be exhausting her. She's clearly very, very physically fit. Like, yeah, like confident in her people as well, right? What you've seen, like, didn't exactly sit and go, right, while I'm away, don't run with scissors and play with matches. Like, do you know what I mean? There's probably someone watching the kids for that reason though, so that's fine. But yeah, like it's definitely like confidence, competence, yeah, like self-assuredness without the arrogance that comes with that. Like at no point have they been like, "Oh, you need to call me queen," or "You need to do this." Like, like they almost felt awkward when you were like, "Your Majesty." It's like, wait, Like, let's wait.
The Lockhart will keep that.
Yes, yeah, I assumed you would. I think that's like, probably the only part that is displeasant about your company with her is the fact that you keep saying that. So yeah, and you could tell easy enough on her face that you're like, she isn't totally comfortable with that. It's not that she's not comfortable being called your majesty, it's just that maybe in her head she doesn't feel like she's earned it, right? It's hard to say at this point without asking her about that. But yeah, definitely confident they seem to be the right person for the job. Maybe just don't like the idea of having the title before it's official. So yeah, anyone else having any conversations on the way up? Sorry, Chris?
Every time I hear Lockhart say "Your Majesty," I'll sniff and wander away as though I'm still.
I'll be speaking with Myr'ra just about so
ornithology.
You're a bird, or you're going to bird.
How loud is this conversation?
Yeah.
Oh no! Like
We'll
just
definitely be like.
I
like birds. Birds are a delight and good company, and I had many as pets as a child.
Often quieter in conversations.
Yeah, and that and that has turned you into a bird.
A bird lover. Yes, I really like birds. For example, I'm going to look around for a bird.
Yeah, there's probably something. Yeah.
Look at the plumage. Stop talking about this. We are.
Is this where you just release your inner Matt Bear and just be like, look at that pigeon, and that's a pigeon, and I take it I could pick up on the vibe that Myr'ra doesn't wish to speak about this. Right
Not
now.
at the volume.
No.
That you're.
No. That's just because I'm wearing headphones. I'm shouting. No, this would be a private, a quiet conversation.
Then what you would want to do there, Scott, is lead with. So Jett leans in to whisper to Myr'ra. Is a really good setup for that. It helps us gauge how loud you're being, because it sounds like you're a jaunty monk just being like, so birds and transformations and murder.
Yes. No. Obviously, because I wish to find a way if I could help. Clearly.
That's very gracious. Much help is. I'm gonna try and lean. I'm a nerdy wizard. So, she's not doing the
leaning
best.
Is not a good thing.
So she's probably a bit sweaty, and is trying really hard to twist her ankle as she goes up.
Yeah.
So being quite careful in her foot placement. I think all going to and she's going to do a lot of I'm wiping the sweat off my face and talking very quietly. I have many years of experience with this, and while I haven't pushed it for a while, I should be okay to delay any incidences until they're safe to do. And then I'm going to try and not trip over on a rock.
I love that you're saying all that with alarms in the background, and it really emphasizes how dangerous you are currently.
But yeah, she will try and reassure you that she's not gonna. It's not her first time doing this.
It's not your first time birding out.
Yes.
I'd just be like, okay.
She lost track of the days rather than this has never happened before, and it's gonna be a surprise. She reassures you.
I can't say I've ever really heard of bird unwilling bird transformation.
Well, the unwillings maybe. It's more of a family trait. Is it ornithological?
Yeah. You just see Jett's eyes kind of widen, and Jett's eyes just kind of widen.
Ornithomythological?
Ornithomythological, yes.
Yeah.
Where ornithological?
Yeah, you just see Jett's eyes kind of widen, and be like, I would love to meet your family.
I'm sure they would love to meet you. If you're ever in Cascade City again, I'll let you know. I'll let them know you're coming.
I rarely visit the city, but for that experience, I shall make it a point.
Tea with my nana is the best thing you can do.
Can you imagine the scene? Because I can.
Hold the feathers.
We're all birds.
Yep.
Maybe some of us are birds. Who knows?
Love it. Okay, yeah, I like that. Any other exchanges on the way up? Nope, cool. Yeah, so you get to the point where you end up taking a bit of a break. Some food's broke out. As I said, it's been like maybe like 4 or 5 hours or something. Of like a lot, the first couple hours kind of comfy walk up with an incline. The next 3 hours were very like awkward climbing. Like probably like very light on conversation in those parts because it's quite physically involved for people. Obviously, Vermi seems to be doing it easy. Her people seem to be doing it relatively easy. Vermi seems, again, very fit. Probably Riven, it's probably awkward in heavy armor, but it's not really noticeable given your physical prowess anyway. But people probably would know, if they cared to know, that you should be moving more tired than you probably are, based on the fact that you're in heavy armor climbing a mountain. But yeah.
Going for a walk.
Yep.
Big
Going for a
Mountain!
walk.
I'm used to running across rooftops.
Yep. It's merely a hill to Riven. So yeah, it's obviously as it's getting on, like there's some again more pleasant chat about Vermi goes into a little bit of detail about how they think they could be, there should be change. What's happening currently is stagnation, ultimately, and that's not that's not the point of life, basically. So they very generalized statements about maybe their philosophies, their outlook on life.
Potentially indicating. I've got the wrong notebook, so I can't remember
That's
the
okay.
exact name of the deities. So.
Oh, Eve.
Yeah. Or the other one.
I mean, there was
Sorry
Gian.
guys, the stream just
Leave
cut out for me
game.
there.
Okay, is everybody else good, or are we?
I can
Yeah.
hear.
I think so.
Okay, stream okay? Seems okay.
Yeah, stream's fine.
Yep, cool. Just Scotland. So yes,
Yeah, I'm just closing down. Twitch.
That's okay. So the deities are Alata, the sun, Gian, the planet, and Eve, the betrayer.
So could we make? Because one of them was about
Eve was about
process
change.
of life and growing and changing.
So the process of life and growing and getting experiences, and then Gian and Alata growing from that. Yes, the deities grow. Eve took the souls and kept them from those two. And that meant people got to keep that. Or
And
Eve.
she got banished to the void!
Yep. Yes, she did.
I kept notes!
You did. Well done.
But the Church of Night is Eve
Yes.
focus. And yeah.
It's all about Eve. There's obviously, as I said, those are the three main deities of the the world, but you've got hundreds of sub deities that people attribute to the Church of Night or Light or Gian. Mostly druidic in nature type things all go with Gian. Mostly cleric-y, divine-y, paladin-y things all go with Alata, and then all the slightly shadier stuff goes with Eve.
And
the
then
Night
there's
Church.
me that goes with all three! Because I'm a boss! And greedy as fuck.
So, the outlook on life is very much a case of stagnation is bad, things need to be moving forward and growing. And you could attribute that to many deities, but it's probably closer to being a Night Church belief, if they were a believer, or I guess, follower. Since believer is a almost moot point in this world. But yeah, so are you thinking off the back of that, Alexander, or was there?
Yeah, and would potentially bring that up, and just part of the sort of pleasantries. Also, just get her vibe on
Okay, yeah, like, are you asking anything specific?
I guess perhaps it would make it kind of as a question, like perhaps view that might be shared with the Church of Night.
And like, yeah, like she looks up, because again, none of that's taboo conversation or anything. They're very, like I said, accepted in the world. And so that's, I would hope that my beliefs are shared by many, if I'm honest. I don't imagine I'd feel comfortable if my beliefs were solitary.
Sure. Sure, being here on these beliefs as well, being able to use it to help coalesce some of these churches will be useful in that. I suspect there will be suspicion, change of regime, so being able to ground yourself in some of these established elements will be.
She smiles like she knows kind of where you're going with this. And like she waits for like a moment and she can kind of interject. And she says,
Hey, okay, back.
she says, perfect. She goes, I would hope that the transition would be as bloodless as possible. I don't imagine I'll be that lucky. Regime changes are never, well, they're rarely smooth. Someone's always upset after this, but I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't believe in it. And she gestures back down towards like the keep and stuff that you've got like a view down on, and it's like you can probably maybe see like the full scope of the operation now as well, like the kind of slightly more bird's eye view. I know that's a touchy subject just now, but like, yeah, looks back down at the kind of camp almost like longingly, and looks back to you and says, "They all seem to believe in it. I can't dispute that. I'm not alone in my beliefs. I imagine if more people can hear me, they would see it my way too. And realistically," she shrugs, "it's not my way. There's a system in place for a reason. We just don't know what that reason is."
Sure. Given correct platform, we can persuade far more.
Plotting, Lockhart? She smirks.
Oh, always trying to think what might be the best way, as you say. Most effective and efficient manner. Saves time and headache later on. Right lens on these beliefs that many would keen to say, as has already been shown. Gesturing back to the.
She kind of looks back down, and there's like, it's like maybe a melancholy or a wistfulness, right, to it. And she looks and goes, "If I thought even for a moment that I was wrong, I would never do that to them." That's the only time she's ever sounded sad. Like, and she kind of, it's almost half said to herself, right? The way she kind of like turns, looks at the keep, and then says that to herself. That's loud enough, obviously, for you to hear because you're probably sat next to her.
Their sake, I shall continue plot and find solution.
She smirks and she says, "I'm sure you will, and I hope that through this we become friends."
Considering it.
And she like slaps her shoulder again, as if, "Yeah, this is emotional enough." Like, You know, like a man who almost felt an emotion. Like, nope, let's get back out of that. Bit of boisterousness again. And just, well, I think we've wasted enough time here. We've got more climbing to do. Let's go. And like,
Oh,
yeah, yeah. You've sat for like maybe 15 minutes, like enough to like
rolling
feel.
back and trying to like rub feeling back into my leg.
Give it an hour or two. You can just fly up. It's fine.
Wouldn't that be lovely?
Again, Riven can throw anyone up the hill that needs, you know.
Yay!
Just don't miss the top.
If you're getting that tired, I'll carry you for a while.
I'm okay, but I'll bear that in mind.
Don't bear it. in
There's a
mind.
bear!
So yes, the climb continues. This part's a lot less like trodden, as it were, right? Like it's definitely through like, and a lot of the rock up the top is quite shale-esque as well. Like it's quite like I guess fragile. So climbing is quite dangerous. It's why like the three kind of like clearly ranger type people have went first to like path the place.
Range it out.
Yeah, and Vermes at the back, making sure if somebody were to fall, they're there to try and make sure that if, you know, they could grab them if need be. Again, though, they seem like this is quite like they might be climb up and down this quite a lot. We don't know, but it seems effortless for this group. The people in the middle, though, maybe not so much. In terms of your physical fitness levels, like. Lockhart, you've travelled the world, you're probably reasonably fit, right? But also this is probably quite exhausting for you as like a regular person.
Yeah.
Um,
I think Lockheart is in that average range, so you know he can do this today. Whether he can do it again tomorrow is
It's a different story.
I mean, down is easier, right?
especially when you're
Down hurts your knees more.
This is true. And
I mean, what you do is you just sit in your cape and go ski all the way down. That's what you
everyone on Riven's sword, that's the sled.
do. There we go.
And for the record, Lockhart said horses are a good idea.
I just really hope somebody clips Natalie going.
So, Hannah, I did notice a lot of head motion and facial expressions during Lockhart and Vermes' conversation. Any thoughts you want to share with the gang, or are you good?
I'm good.
Yeah, okay,
I'm
cool.
good. As I think someone from the world who would already be a bit less like from a cap, like yeah,
Mm-hmm.
all sorts of thoughts.
Yep.
There we go. I'm back.
Cool, welcome.
I did not know what's going on with my internet today, guys. Sorry.
We're doing our best. So, the climb starts to like peter out a bit. It starts to slow down a bit. It's dark now, so like torches and stuff have been lit. The top of the mountain seems quite well lit because the moon's making itself very visible. It's not at its apex though yet.
Is
Luckily.
it not at
I grit my teeth and I
Yep.
remain in my
And-
human-esque form.
Yeah, and like internally for like Myr'ra, like there's no, beyond your own anxiety about the situation, there's no surge yet, right? Like you obviously you'd be like you're waiting on whatever the sensation is to like start the kind of, you know, if it was a migraine it'd be an aura, like whatever the, you know,
Yes.
whatever the kind
Yeah,
of
she's
telltale
used
signs
to
are.
the feeling of she has to shift at some point in the night,
Mm-hmm.
and she normally just lets it flow.
Yeah, but
When
at the moment there's none of that, and normally you'd expect, given how late it's getting, to have felt something like the build of a sneeze or something. Like,
the bell of this?
oh yeah, it's the
Now then-
sensation, right? Like so, but there's nothing of that.
Not
Yet.
like yeah.
That also just because you're exhausted from the climb, though, and I mean, done in
Right.
yeah.
Got really sore ankles,
Mhm.
and just maybe she's like maybe I just can't feel it. Maybe it's that thing when you pinch yourself and you've got toothache. Maybe.
Like it could be like you could be burnt
tickle
out.
yourself.
Like you may have burnt out on
Yeah.
the energy you would needed to have transformed. You're not sure. You've never climbed a mountain the night of a transformation, so
And that's so true. I never thought of that one.
Just tire the bird out.
Could I player agency? I don't want to step on toes in characters. Alexander would love to just see this play out, and whatever happens, happens. I do feel from what we've spoken with Vermi so far, she might just understand if we did want to just be like honest and upfront. Later now for it, but if we were,
Yeah, we've left it a bit late.
our friend's got a thing.
Oh, when does that happen? 5 minutes.
Like we're obviously it's a bit later to do it now, but it is an option that we've not suggested yet. As I say, Alexander would love to just see it play out.
Yeah.
But just depending on how happy about it.
I think in hut discussion, Myr'ra would have tried to make it quite clear that she doesn't want to be like set off and set at Vermi. Like I think she's probably made that quite clear that she doesn't want to be assassin crow.
Yeah.
And that she's also, it's not that it's a secret, but she doesn't tell everybody. But again, yeah, she starts to transform. She's very, has made it known that she's happy for it to be explained while she just tries to get as far away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, don't want to be a problem
Riven
or
separate.
an assassin. I think, it's quite good.
Why
I think
has the bird just suddenly ran away?
reasons. Also, why bird? But
Wasn't a bird before. What's happening?
but it's good.
Yeah.
I think it's good to establish that like you don't
that's-
want to be used against Vermi. I think it's a good
No.
thing as well,
I
given
think
the
that's,
tentative
again,
nature.
as archivist recorded, it's the journalist thing. You don't want to be part of the story.
Yeah.
You're there to record.
We really wanted Bruce Banner to work on the science side of things. That's why we invited him.
Yeah, he's the bit we want, not the mad program.
Use one of your PhDs.
I'm a doctor. Nobody cares.
You-
Green.
You definitely are the equivalent of that, though. Like, you do have a PhD. Like, your wizard title. Yep. Okay, yeah, I like that.
Again, if we're still in player agency,
Yeah.
I would like to point out that Nori's getting more and more pensive. He's separating a little bit away from the group, and he's playing with the collar of his cloak every now and again. So
Yeah, and I think if that's the case, like I said, Vermi's at the back, so Vermi I think can probably sidled up next to you as you look a bit uncomfortable. Because everything okay? Nori, is it?
yes, just some decisions to make.
Hopefully nothing too pressing. Kind of gestures at how close she's are at the top.
I'm prepared to wait for decisions to be made. But
And she kind of she puts her hand on your shoulder. It's maybe a bit, again, uncomfortable or not, depending on how Nori feels about that. But
at the moment, that would be very uncomfortable.
yeah, and she says, once we're back in the keep, if there is anything I can do to help you with those decisions, consider me a friend.
At that, I think I'll just shrug off and just wander away.
And by away you mean forward, I assume.
Forward, yeah.
Yes.
Making a distance.
Yeah, and
Making a distance.
she's savvy enough to know that that's you don't follow that. Yeah, you just let that happen. Okay, so Scott, you still audible with us?
Yeah, I'm still here.
That's okay. Cool.
I've just cut my camera just to hopefully better my internet connection because it just keeps cutting.
That's okay.
out now.
As long as you're still here, that's good. But yes, so you start to get to the top, right? It starts to plateau out a bit. There's trees and stuff you've started to kind of go through, and yeah, there's you get to the very top. There's you go through the trees a bit. It seems to have been a bit of a small forest at the top. Quite a large area at the top. It's not like a peak, like a very pointed peak or anything. As I said, quite flat, and you go through and you see a lake. And then the three people.
Mirror.
Yeah, like a big mirror. The water's moving though, it is in constant motion. It's not still or anything. So that's why I said like a lake. So body of water. Obviously big clearing trees around. The kind of 3 guide people have like set up a camp. Basically just, starts a small fire because, we're at the top of a mountain. It's not exactly super warm. And then she looks up and goes, "Not long now." And kind of just, almost like this is the first time she maybe doesn't look 100% confident. So just like, we're at 99% confident now. So again, not much of a slip, but those with a really sharp eye would be like, okay, not super confident about this, but has been like literally everything else. So I think if anybody was reading into that, you could tell this matters to her. It's not the oh shit, it's the this needs to work.
Yeah.
This is important.
Exactly, it is definitely like meaningful to Vermi for some
I
reason.
have a feeling like this is the kind of thing that she needs to work to prove to us.
Really? You don't think the whole Firestone thing's?
I think she'd be able to. I think she'd be able to tell us there's some skeptics among us.
Yes, the heavy breathing one with the massive 6-foot sword. Yes. So, yeah, like
I'm not a skeptic.
not a skeptic.
I'm skeptical about what's coming
Yes.
out of the fucking water, and if it is a fae, Riven's going.
So yes, the camp gets set up, and like the 3 guides just they act like they've got nothing to do now, right? Like they've clearly done their jobs. You guys obviously slightly bedraggled. Some of you are probably sat down. You're getting like water and whatever kind of travel-y food they've got put together, like some kind of bread and berries and various things like that. Again, you've already had some on the way up, but there's more of it now, and it's probably sweeter stuff that you get now, like sugars and stuff, to obviously be like, not quite a reward, but just energy back, right? It probably does. It definitely seems like it's a reward though, rather than anything else. But yes, so these are relatively well looked after, and you can catch your breaths and stuff. Like about half an hour does pass as like Vermi walks the kind of the body of water and comes back and kind of looks like pleased for whatever reason, and then says to the gang, "What's about to happen is quite delicate." So, and looks directly to Riven. "I understand you have concerns. However, I would ask that you're not the only person that has those concerns, Riven. I share them too. You being here helps. If something goes wrong, I hope I can rely on you to help me fix it. But only if it goes wrong. If everything goes to plan, there is no danger here." And then she kind of gives you a look, like a very again, one you've probably seen 100 times in any kind of conflict with another commander. That kind of okay, business proposal time, right? Here's the military tactics side of things coming out, and she says, "This," and she gestures to the kind of body of water. "This is a prison."
Or
One of the last Fae.
I'm killed.
And she kind of clearly grits her teeth a bit, and she says, "If you create hostility, it can respond in kind. So you would be the reason there was hostility, not it."
How long isn't?
She shrugs.
I look at I look and walk over to Riven and just say, "You're asking the wrong question. It should
What is the
be,
right one?
why was it imprisoned?"
Because 900 years ago they tried to wipe us out. Next question. If that
No, and again, I'll just be hand up to interrupt her, be like, "But why this? That was all Fae, but what did this one particularly do?"
doesn't matter, they're the enemy. 900 years. Let's say it's been there for 900 years. Can you account for its sanity?
Could you have accounted for its sanity before it was imprisoned?
Precisely. You said you're summoning this thing to use it. An insane fae, making a deal with, and it could
Let
be
us
used
not
all the-
wander the road of assumption, shall we? We don't know it's insane.
It's a fae.
She smirks and she goes,
See,
that's the problem. We don't know. I know how this ritual should go, and if you are the problem, you will have to bear that. I don't believe, with your prowess, you could take this fate alone.
I don't believe you can make a deal with it that doesn't bite a lot of people in the ass.
She kind of,
Undeserving ones.
but
sorry Scott, you were saying, but...
no, just when she said ass. I was
Oh,
like,
okay, okay, I hear you.
Yes.
But, we got it.
But-
We did it.
But-
That's on your
In
bingo
the
card.
booty.
Yep. It was very Beckett Mariner that way. So, yeah, it's fine. We'll wave a light over it. It'll be fine. The
Have a light over your butt.
fix it right up. So, yeah, like, you can tell Vermy's uncomfortable by that because, like, they're confident generally, but they're gonna reiterate, sorry, as I said, the Fae cannot act on this world unless you're inviting it.
Which
And
is what you're doing.
she kind of puts a hand up to kind of stop you, and she goes, "No, we are speaking with it."
Patient.
No, she kind of like it does it. No, again, very like short no, like as if to say, "This is bigger than the Fae War," and that's quite a big deal to say that at the top of a mountain in a full moon, like
Next to a fae presence.
yeah. And she then says,
What else is going on?
she says, "We, the people of this world, did not imprison this Fae."
You did?
She kind of turns to you, and she says, "It was left by its kind."
Ooh.
This thing does give you its help. And you are the rightful. That the people of Denk will like you more. Up and you say, oh, by the way, I have a fae helping me.
If my actions here remove this stain on the mountain, the people of Denk will be very pleased that there is no Fae imprisoned in this world. She kind of turns to you, because like, you don't have to put your hand up.
Oh, so,
And she smiles.
can I ask a player question?
Yes?
Is this has the big Fae presence I was feeling? Is this it?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah.
It 100% is this, yes.
Okay.
Probably even stronger,
Mhm.
given the moon, the presence, the proximity.
Yeah. Yeah.
Damn it, moon.
Okay.
Mm.
Yeah, I think Myr'ra would have literally just done like a big like light bulb moment and then gone, oh no, I don't have nothing.
Yeah.
The problems are mounting.
Oh, that makes sense, but not helpful.
Oh.
Mhm.
Then I reiterate my original question. What is the plan you intend to happen? And so I know where a deviation happens. Because me killing this thing or us trying to might have to occur if it deviates from what I need to know what you expect.
She,
So I know when it goes wrong.
she puts her both their hands up, in like a kind of peacekeeping kind of motion, and says, "What we take to that conversation can be used against us, Riven. Heed those words." And then
So
with
how might-
that, she like spins her like spear and just sticks it into the ground.
So what? You're going to scream, fuck, this is all went terrible, attack?
I don't imagine you'd wait that long. She kind of laughs a bit.
Oh no, if we're playing this your way and you don't want me to, I will act as if you are my countess, and unless given an order, I don't move.
She
But then
kind
I
of
know
she smiles like a very like thin-lipped smile at that, and she goes, "I would appreciate that actually. That would be very helpful. At least that way I know you won't be a variable I have to account for in this. And she looks around at the rest. Because obviously, this is not a subtle conversation Riven and Vermeer are having. Yeah.
Various stages of shock.
Yeah.
Myr'ra,
I just wish I'd keep focus.
Yep.
if I am not going to be of great use straight at the start of this, and with your hope it goes well, I'm going to go into the tree line for a while. Then
She kind of does that. You wouldn't be able to help if you are not on the lake when we begin.
Riven looks to Myr'ra.
Yeah.
Like, this is now your call.
How do I feel? Do I feel this moon?
Moon!
I would just say that this is about to be a magical bomb going off potentially, and it might feed right into you.
So, here's the thing, right? How does Myr'ra feel? Myr'ra feels the overwhelming presence of the undeniable truth that is the Fae here. Yep, which is difficult. Like, it's a very hard thing to nail down. As I said, it was like knowing the sun was behind the lighthouse when you were looking for the lighthouse, right?
Yeah.
However, you're here now. That is, I wouldn't say you're getting used to it. You're just very aware of it, right? And then, like knowing you're about to get a spot, like it's know the skin's tightening and stuff. So that's there, which is probably what's. You could account like the exhaustion of the climb, this presence, like your worries seem like elsewhere, right? Like you don't have that. Oh, I'm about to just wear out. Like there's none of that impulse right now. I am.
Okay.
You don't feel like cut off from your bestial side in any way, right? Like there's nothing like that.
Like
it's
just
just
still there, it's not vanished, but it's not clawing to get out.
Yeah, like it's asleep in its cage. It's not like knocking at the wall.
Yeah, I think I'll look at Riven and say, I feel okay at present. But I will turn to Vermi and say, in interests of full transparency, I have a family issue that often happens at the moon when it's full. However, I currently don't feel like I'm about to give in to it.
She kind of smiles. She goes, "I am thankful for your honesty under the moonlight."
Oh yeah, yeah. Myr'ra's gonna nod at that, like yes, yeah. If I feel like I am a risk to what is happening, I will try and alert and remove myself. Although from your implication, once things start, I will be unable to make much distance.
She kind of like
That thing capitalizes on terrible.
she kind of clearly is in a bit of thought about this new information and is like,
yeah. I can also wait in the trees. Will say.
She says, "In the light of the moon, Myr'ra, I cannot guarantee what would happen in that scenario, but do you act on hostility? Or do you act with malice, I should say. Do you act with malice?"
Neither myself nor my other acts with malice.
And she looks like immediately confident. Then I think we'll be fine. And kind of smiles warmly and like reassuringly and all that again. Like yeah, that's probably fine.
Yeah, I think Myr'ra will also be reassured. Both human. I think at some point fireworks went off. It was incredibly embarrassing. I think Myr'ra will also be reassured by like this comes from her demonic side, which is also one of the 5 blades. Like she's not bringing in additional fae. She's not bringing in death. She's still both sides of her are.
You're bringing in the initial species that the fae didn't like. The ones that they picked the fight with. So I think Riven is very like probably more worried about the Fae because of you. Because it's like, if this thing
And that's valid,
sees you
right?
transform
Yeah.
and
yeah.
goes, that's the fucking demon, I don't like demons, it might just tear at you straight
Yeah.
away, and Riven's gonna just be like, right, here we fucking go, don't care about negotiations, it's violence time.
But if this Fae isn't aligned with the original goals of the Fae,
Mm.
and is why it is here, then
And again, if it's bound by, as long as I'm not bringing hostility in, we'll see.
what's that incite violence?
Yes, Scott.
I take it I have been aware of this conversation.
Yeah, you were here. Everybody heard it. Yeah.
Yeah, we're not being quiet.
Nope.
Yeah. I will just
Big loud ladies.
I'm just gonna kind of you see Jett kind of like, you know, walk up. Like maybe he's been standing at the side just listening, and he just kind of walks in, and he's just like, so quick to violence. There are other questions first, and he just looks up and like, Verma,
For me. Yep.
where did you get this information?
And she looks at you and says, she looks at you, she looks up at the moon, and she says, I would love to answer 1,000 questions on this subject. However, my time with this is limited. Are you bringing malice into this?
And I'd be like,
She says it very casually because she doesn't believe you're going to bring malice into this
Yeah,
because you're a monk of the two
yeah.
circles. Like,
yeah, I just look at her and I'm like, I would have thought you'd known me long. You've known me long enough to know that is not how I work.
and she says, then it won't be long before it begins.
Then we will talk about before it, after it. Then
She kind of gives you like a funny look and just kind of nods, like, yes. Okay. So yeah, the like Vermi goes and talks to those three guides. They make motions and go, and they leave. Yeah, the three of them leave. Vermi again, like, kind of mostly just waiting, right, and like staring at her spear that's stuck in the ground. Just kind of standing next to it, as if like it's about to happen soon. Like, you know, standing just to the side of the stage, ready to go on, type, you know, pensiveness. And says to the group, "Please come to the lakeside." And then like she walks to like the edge of the water.
Helmet up and on.
I'll make sure I'm next to Riven.
Yep. Yeah. It's like a bunch
Very
of loose knots with like rope just in strategic places ready to pull.
is it possible to not be next to Riven?
Yes, you could put.
Given just her
The other-
general size.
It's all in orbit.
Yes,
Come me.
big gal. So yeah, you all like line up at the water's edge. And then as you're looking at the water, you can see like slowly like it's calming, like just naturally, like the water is just, and it goes almost glass still.
Like a mirror.
I mean, kind of. And then Vermi kind of takes a breath in and goes, "Remember, what we bring with us can be used against us." And she takes a step on the water, and it supports her, and she marches forward. And you hear like almost like a kind of glassy, icy echo with each step. Yep. I assume you are following suit as you all walk onto like the essentially. I'm going to call it ice.
Oh, right. She wants us to follow.
Yeah, everyone's
Very
going. Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah.
Yep.
I'll
Mhm.
be like, well,
Can you repeat what she said
When?
just before she stepped in the ice?
She said, "What you like take with you can be used against you." You've watched,
I
the
don't
Yoda,
think-
Dark
Yes,
Side Cave.
yes, I'm well aware, and Nori is
Yeah.
very, very.
You've been aware of the-
reluctant because
you've-
he knows-
You've been aware of the conversations that they had, which really was about intentions, right? Like, about, are you bringing malice onto this ice? So yes, Nori, You tell me what you're taking on the ice with you.
Nori's not sure. Nori is torn on this. Nori's loyalties are being tested here.
Right under the full moon as well. The most truthful place you could be. It's like I planned this.
Strangely enough, imagine that.
Yeah.
So, as everybody else begins to walk out, it will be tentative.
Let me ask you a
baby
question,
steps.
right? Let me ask you a question. Do you want to stay on the side rather than walk on the water?
I think my own curiosity would make me go on the water, but I have to...
That's the correct response, yes.
Yes, I know that's the correct response. But my indecision around my determination to do as my queen asked is what's holding me back here. And as you said...
If it helps, I'll reiterate that the queen only said go and resolve this problem. There was nothing legally traceable back to Loudon.
Yes. So, for however long we've been traveling, I'm not a generally nice guy, no matter how I'm saying this.
I'm not a hero. Yeah.
Yeah, I complete missions. I'm on a mission to resolve this. In favour of my queen. I don't know whether walking onto this ice is without malice, but I am trying to control it until to find out what the results
that's good.
are. But it is tentative baby steps onto this ice.
This is the exact moment your character would be questioning everything, right? This is the exact proper drama moment of, like, you know, the camera would be focused on you with your foot about to lift and then stops and you sit and you think, and it's like the... You know, maybe we've got the audio overlay of, like, you know, the queen saying, you know, go resolve this, you know, and then you've got your conversations of saying, I don't think my opinion's changed. Like, we're not here to figure out who the queen is. We're here to resolve the problem that Loudon has. So, right? Like, it makes perfect sense you'd be tentative at this side, right? It's a big
whether
moment.
that counts as malice or whether it just is...
Well, it's inner conflict, right? Like, it's you...
Yeah, total inner conflict, yeah.
Well, here's my other question. Does Nori know what they want to do at this point? Like, definitively, I mean, like, does Nori know it's like, we're killing Vermi, or we don't know? Like, where are you?
Nori's...
Because that's probably the most important thing to ask yourself in this moment.
Yeah, we have discussed that there are certain things that Nori, as a solo player, would do on instinct. At the present time, I'm not a solo player, I'm in a group, and this group seems to have spun. My compass is still pointing north.
Okay.
Theirs has changed just because of a stone said, "Oh yeah, okay, you are the good guy." Is that enough for Nori?
Good enough for Scotland.
But so tentatively, very tentatively, maybe my hand on my cloak, maybe hand on a dagger, but no malice, just total indecision about where this is going.
I think that's a good, like, you know, as I said, like, rudderless, unsure what to do. Yeah, and I think even the light of the full moon's probably helped Nori realise you don't know what you're doing, you don't know what you believe in this moment, you don't know what you should believe. Like, you're kind of, again, becalmed, lost at sea. Like, yeah, it's good. It's a good scene to have for, like, Nori. And you said you were stepping on with that.
Gingerly, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're always so pensive when I'm asking questions, Chris.
Yes.
Do you eat the bread? Oh, I don't know.
Of course, my curiosity will win out, but there's...
You don't want to be the only one that went to the mountain and never came back with a free t-shirt. Like... So yeah.
Let's just steal one of theirs.
Yeah. Fair. So yeah, you also step on, like, this kind of, like, solid water. And again, maybe just like that, like, once you're 2 feet are on there, that kind of almost chill of, what am I doing? Like, does settle in and like you kind of catch up with the rest of them. As everyone's like walking, reflected beneath, most people are who they are. Guess who isn't in their reflection? Yep. Myr'ra's reflection is a lot more Werecrow-esque in visuals.
Kind of
Ooh.
the visuals I was going for is Howl in the like inky, drippy,
Yeah.
like, but like almost like full, like almost like hooded. Like there is a beak like shape to it. It's very dark. It's very like almost hollow. There's like no eyes that you can see. Just a lot of feathers and like inky and drippy.
Mm-hmm. I'll try and see if I can get an image for people. I mean, there we go. There's a nice wee hug.
Yes, but more beak.
Yes. So yes, very much like if they were a full-on Werecrow, they're like stopped at the last stage of the transformation before losing humanoid shape, I guess. So yes, that's the kind of like that's what's reflected underneath Myr'ra, whereas everybody else is just like themselves. Which I guess is reassuring to know that, like, I mean, you could probably rule out Vermi having any demonically hidden things about them, right? Like, yep. But yeah, as you're like kind of nearing the center of the lake, like whoever is paying attention, maybe you're not, but like if anybody notices, like this lake does seem relatively triangular in nature as well. Also, Scott, if you're playing music, please don't. So yeah, the lake, as I said, shape-wise seems triangular in nature, like as close as it can be to being like, you know, a natural formation. And you get to the center where there does seem to be a presence as a reflection. There's nobody on the surface, and they do seem to be kind of pacing, almost stop motion-esque. This like very vague, hard to see, cloudy-ish, kind of humanoid-ish form. Like it's almost like the closer you get, the more humanoid it kind of looks. But it's very janky, very like again early horror movie-esque stop motion movements. And Vermi just looks back at everyone with like that kind of sharp eye of like, you know what you are meant to be doing at this point. Like just, you know, let's everybody be calm. Nothing's said though. It's just that look. And then Vermi kind of looks down at the ice, the frozen water, as it were. Like puts a hand down and says, "I wish to speak with that below." And then says some magical mumbo jumbo that's obviously, you know, parts of an incantation that, you know, you can recognize as a spell. Probably something in like, you know, demonic, since all arcane magic seems to be demonic in nature. So nothing out of the ordinary. And some kind of like moonlight lines appearing around, like to making like some kind of arcane style circle made up of very straight angled lines all the way around. And then eventually like the ice cracks inside, like it breaks, cracks, etc. And through it, like again, not quite a hand or arm comes through, but again, this horrible stop motiony black and white, like very jittery, as if you're in a strobe effect, like very uncomfortable to kind of stare at. And like if you blink, it seems to have moved that much further ahead. And like eventually this thing crawls out of the reflection.
What thing crawls out?
That's what I said. This thing crawls out of the reflection. And then like as you're staring at it, like again this like jittery movement, like there's no form initially, but then you know, oh, there is a nose, there is eyes lit up pure white light, like a distant white light. And then you look around and like the trees are all black and white, like every colour's gone, and you don't know if that's been that way the whole time. Like none of yous have colour, like yous are all like black and white as well. And yeah, this thing like slowly like starts to regard the fact that there are people here, and then again slowly it's like again every time like you're looking at it and your eyes are readjusting, it seems to be taking on more familiar features each time. This takes us like, you know, maybe like 2-3 minutes of like uncomfortable, like and Vermi completing this like the kind of circle kind of thing on the ground, and then standing back and like regarding it as well, and eventually this thing's starting to look like a relatively tall elf in nature, that kind of like not quite a person, but getting there. Very sharp angles on it as well. Slowly it's like jet black hair is like starting to like turn brown, like as if color is starting to seep in, and as again like this very uncomfortable period of time, like we're talking like up to 5 minutes at this point of witnessing this thing form itself, and eventually like its like pale skin seems to form. It's got like really long kind of like bedraggled like dark hair that seems to be like a lighter brown now. Its clothing seems to have formed as like dark fabrics around it. Again, the more you look at it, the less sure you are of what it's wearing. Other than you just know it's wearing clothes. Kind of a dreamlike quality to the kind of way you're understanding how this thing's being. And then you just hear this like cracking, like an ice cracking noise of its voice saying, "Why have you come here?" Everyone has shivers up their spines, and Vermi exhales as if like centering herself, and says, "I have come for your help." And then it looks at the others, all of you, and like when this thing looks at you, it's uncomfortable. To the point where, again, not quite the searing rage of an angel, that some of you have been through, but definitely like this is something I don't want to be looking at necessarily, because again, maybe like uncanny valley of like the more you look, the features are not the same as when you last looked.
Oh my god, it's an Eldar.
It's not a million miles away. So yeah, just kind of very uncomfortable to stare at, and it looks at all of you and says, "And the others." And then Verme goes to answer and she can't. And it looks at all of you. To the point where if you are looking at it, it's looking at you. It doesn't move its head.
Like one of those pictures that watches you around the room.
Weirdly, yeah. So you definitely feel like you have been addressed by this. So Vermi has said that she's come for help. But why is everybody else here? Let's go in order of after Hannah.
Oh, that'll be me then. Oh, thanks for that.
No, once Hannah's been.
Oh,
Don't fame me with my own words.
no, okay. Why is Myr'ra? I think it is for truth. Like she wants knowledge. She wants knowledge in its purest form. She wants to know why things are as they are.
Okay, yeah. What do you tell it?
To see what you have to say and hear what we have to say.
Okay. And Nori?
No.
No.
I have selected no. I have saved my progress. I've quit out to the main menu.
And I will never return to the game again.
Okay. And keep in mind, you haven't heard Hannah and you haven't heard Myr'ra answer. You're only being addressed.
Love it.
Oh dear.
But keep in mind, this can be quite a local answer. Why are you here? Like, why did you bring me here? Like, it's a very... It isn't kind of like, are you here to murder this person who summoned me? Wasn't the question.
I am here at the behest of two queens looking for the truth.
The eyes narrow when you say that. That's it. Okay, cool. Lockhart.
But I had more time.
Nope. That's what my plan! Lull your default sense of security!
Lockhart will address. I am here for the realm.
Okay. And Riven.
Face on you.
And to be fair, again, like I said for Nori, like the question is quite a local question in terms of like it isn't like a grandiose "how can I go?" It's definitely a like basically why did you bring me here? Like why are you here? I know why Vermi's here. Yeah. Okay, like there's no visible like reaction to that either. And Jett.
Vibes,
Oh, me?
man.
Just
The vibes.
smoking his pipe, like what?
I'm
Say
like, here-
something.
I'm just like, oh, I'm just here to follow the balance.
Okay, perfect. The response all of you hear at the same time is just this uncomfortable, ice-cracking laughter. Yeah, like laughter that like almost like when you hear like, you know, a frozen lake and the sound that bounces back off that, like that level of echo and resonance going off. And it says, then ask for your help. Vermi just looks very uncomfortable with the fact that like they couldn't act in that moment. Much like yourselves, like,
with that.
and like
Oh,
keep in
right,
mind
right.
for you guys, yous were able to see Vermi ask their question and then was stopped. You all only saw it ask you a question. You've never heard each other. That all happened seemingly at the same
Oh.
time. The thing only ever addressed you. So yeah, uncomfortable. The like it says an ask for your help, and that's to the group. And Vermi, like again, is shaking off that uncomfortability. Before Vermi can form words, is anyone going to say anything, or are they going to wait for her? That's my question.
Should wait.
Yep.
Riven said should wait.
Vermi doesn't look in distress or anything in case that's misconstrued. It's just that they look like, oh, that's how
Oh, I
this
get it.
works. Yeah.
I get it.
Oh, I'm not talking to you.
Mariah's
I'm talking to everybody. Yeah.
Oh, I know that vibe though. Mariah's getting silenced by the elf. Fuck this, no. I need a minute. I need a minute.
Mhm.
Something was inside me using me like a puppet. I don't like the fact that I didn't have.
There's not
No
enough Snickers for
autonomy.
this feeling.
Nope, I've run out of spoons immediately. Fuck all y'all. I'm going home.
So, anyone going to speak before Vermi, or are they going to wait?
Before
Alec-
Vermi.
Yeah, Vermi's about to like reply, but hasn't yet, and I'm waiting to see if you guys don't have the same distress they went through.
I'm just trying to think of anything that we can.
I want to know what she wants to ask.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what the help is, because
Yeah.
the help is murk that queen. I'm gonna go right start down.
Yeah.
And just let the Fae know it's her that I'm gonna hit, not you. Just so you know, because she's left her spear on the fucking riverside.
The other problem with that, though, Nat, would be you would be interrupting a conversation between two people, which would be considered rude by the Fae. How you deal with that is up to you, but that's something Riven would
I will
know.
grab my sword
Yeah.
and say achoo, and then once her head's rolling away, say bless me. It's a strange reaction. I'm sorry.
I just have this twitching sword arm. It just swings and murders people.
It just
I was born with it. Oh.
I was born. It's why I'm 7'8". Everything's miscalculated brain sense.
If I just swing my sword here and you happen to walk into it.
I figure something out. The Fae
Yeah.
might even find it funny.
I mean,
Can I introduce you to my friend the werebird?
I think you can see the truth of the matter is we all can see the reflection that like Myr'ra has. Yeah. So it's also quite reassuring as a party, though, right?
Mm.
Nobody has
It's
any
still
hidden demons.
fine.
Like, internally, Riven's like, it's kind of beautiful in a kind of very strange way. But isn't going to say anything while in front of this.
Also,
thing, so-
culturally for Riven, it's not that weird. Let's face it.
Yeah.
Like Riven's wife's a demon, so like yeah.
Of
Yeah.
course she is.
So yeah, what I'm
What?
taking from that is no one's going to interrupt Vermi, which is good.
I want to so I just
Okay,
can't think
what-
of something clever.
What would you like? In what nature would you like to like? Obviously, in a hypothetical.
Exactly. This is why even I'm drawing a blank. Like, I want to interrupt for the sake of interrupting. Really,
Mm.
I can't think of any.
You want a point of information?
Yeah. And
I wish to raise a complaint.
I'm
Are you the manager?
trying- So who put you here? But I
Instantly blown up for that question.
Moon falls on him.
well, no, the way that I think I would navigate that would be how can we help you?
No, that's
No, no, no.
question, Dan.
I was like, no, Lockhart, no. You just go back to your hypotheticals. That's fine.
Yes,
So-
yes.
So yes. Anyway, Riven, sorry, Vermi, just brains everywhere now. NPCs everywhere. Vermi, then having shook off the "oh, that was unexpected" kind of thing, and having maybe or maybe not being aware of the fact that you have all spoke to it, then says, "I have come here as the rightful ruler of Denk, usurped and clung to by a pretender to the throne, an enemy of your kind, and I need your help, and in turn, I offer you solely sanctuary with me."
Ooh.
This thing presses what now looks like a hand up to like where the kind of sort of moonlight clearly like is very, very bright to the point where like you're not sure if it's generating it or if there's something holding it back. But if you look down, you can see clearly it's like the edge of like the circle that's around it. But it seems to like only kind of coalesce where its hands kind of leaning, and it's like very white light there, like pretty much illuminating the whole place, as if it's testing its confinement. And then it kind of like looks at you, like Vermi, and looks at you guys, and like by this point it looks like you know somewhere between an elf and a human, right? Like it's starting to like take almost a more solid form. Again, like long, kind of like bedraggled hair, like kind of like robe-like clothing that's slowly starting to look more civilized as like these conversations kind of go on. Again, almost like someone going through concept art and redrafting and redrafting and redrafting until this thing starts to like decide what it wants to appear like here. And then it says, "What kind of help can I offer you?" And everyone hears that personally. Like it doesn't feel like it was aimed at Vermi. And then Vermi says, because she takes the lead, because she can, and she says, "Your people are known for their fey ways. Do you still have access to them?" And you all hear, "Not like this." And then this thing has never stopped looking at you all individually again, and that question still hangs for each of you. Who would like to go first? How can I help you? I think was the answer. Or the question even. Lockhart!
Get that?
Lockhart, you can go first if you want.
If I was to ask God,
Okay, Colin. If my god made this decision for me so I didn't have to, what would he say? What needs does Lockhart have? Or how do you think this fey could help you? Do you need some more time? Does anyone have any response prepared? Because the thing definitely seems like it's expecting there's that uncomfortable tension of a non-response, like a vacuum of a response. Doesn't need to be a I actually have a need. It can just be saying I want for nothing. But just keep in mind, whatever you say needs to be true. You're literally under like the most scrutiny the moon could possibly give you.
I think from the request we just heard, I think Nori's decision's made. And he will say, basically, I have my answer, and I will start backing slowly off the ice.
Okay, yeah. You, like, as you start to, like, walk away from the group, like, you do, like, you know, you can leave and stuff, you cannot leave the ice. The ice edge is always too far away.
Okay.
Like, it is one of those, like, this doesn't really feel normal anymore in terms of landscapes. It's very transportative to the point where, like, you've stepped on the ice, you can't step off. And it's not that you get to the edge and go, why can't I leave? It's just the edge is never near enough.
In that case, I will then turn and face back to the group, and I will just take a... What would be the word?
Well, that'll take time for you to, like, wander
Yeah.
off, like, have a
Course.
realise you're not,
what's happening.
and then head back. And by that time, I think everybody else will have responded, if they're choosing to, so we can have you come back
Yeah.
and say what you're saying once they've done there. So,
Mhm.
Jett, any response to the Fae?
For me, I would just say, so what help do I need from... What,
like,
the question was... What,
Like, what help
how
can
may
I
I-
offer you, basically, yeah.
what can I offer you? It was like, well, I do need a way to communicate with the lizard folk I was helping across the sea. Is this something you could help with?
And then there's just a grin, like, through the you know, the formed formlessness, let's say that, and it grins and says, I could be of great help.
And I'll just smile and I'll be
Yep.
like, and I'll be like, good. First step to restoring the balance.
Balance is important to me.
You were getting on just fine then.
Will you help me restore the balance?
Get it to elaborate what that's
It's
balanced.
like, it's like I'll just say, what are you balancing?
My books! I've been done for tax fraud!
I need an accountant!
God damn it!
Ah, well,
It's the Jimmy Carr of Fae. Who knew? Oh dear. So anyway, yes, you what do you ask back, Scott?
that's literally what I've asked. Like,
What do you need
Help.
balancing?
What is it you're balancing?
And
You
it
need
kind
to
of- like,
balance.
the thing looks kind of down and, like, does that thing like the hand again where it, like, pushes against its confinement, and it says, currently I am bound here. This needs balanced. Those who bound me here need balanced. You don't need to roll to understand there's more meaning to the word balanced there. You know there's more
Physically
meaning.
educated.
Yeah.
Use of the word balance.
Yeah.
I'll just look at them, it, whatever. Like,
Yeah. Like, them's a good one for the Fae, yeah.
yeah, and we'll just be like, I rarely strike first, so we will need to discuss it more. for me to help.
Patience was my downfall. They struck first against me.
Oh. Who are they?
And it smiles again and goes, you know the answer.
Yeah.
I mean, do you know who they are?
I'm assuming humans,
Do
or
you-
like the 5 people.
Or is it the other Fae?
Oh no! Wait, yeah, no, it's the Fae because he was put there by the Fae.
So what do you say back?
I'll be like, But like,
Because they said
Where-
like you know who they are, basically.
yeah, aye, because he's already explained that he was put there by the Fae.
I mean, Vermi said that.
Yeah. Where are they now?
And then it responds to you and says, "That I cannot see from here."
And how do you get out of there?
It just smiles, and we stop you there because that's obviously going to be another simultaneous conversation we have with everybody. So that's as far as you get. Who else is responding to the "What help can I give you"?
I think Myr'ra's torn between like a like archivist knowledge of this thing must know so much.
Yeah, it's old as balls, right?
And
Like, yeah.
What I just want to ask is, tell me the history. Tell me why you're here. Tell me. But there's a small child inside her.
A punched child, perhaps?
A punched child. Punched by sadness. Who wants to make her nana happy and wants
Yeah, you're good.
to help her family heal.
Yeah, like mend the rifts that time have pried open.
Yeah, just like there's knowledge that's always been beyond her reach, even from a library. And I don't know which, does she push the small child down and ask for? So I think she's torn. I think she's thinking.
And the way to think about this is it's all about truth and being honest and open with yourself primarily. So what is it that you're looking to do? We obviously the party don't know this, but we as players understand that Jett clearly cares about helping the lizard people, right? That's clearly a very strong focus if that's what under the truth of the moon they wanted help with. So for obviously Myr'ra, what cuts straight to it? What do you want help with? And I mean the stories of what the Fae are capable of are very varying. So
not to turn into a fucking pigeon.
I don't think she minds that.
Yeah, I was going to say
turn into several pigeons, and that's just confusing.
Can I be a flock? A murderer, if you will, but not like that.
Not that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think she wants knowledge she can't get in a library.
Okay. Do you leave
She
it as
wants,
vague as that, or do you want something specific?
No, I think she'd like to. She'd like to be tell me history. But no, she wants to know how she can help fix the argument that tore her family apart. So she wants to be able to go to Caldera.
Caldera.
And find her great grandfather.
Okay. So what do you say to the Fae? And what help can I give you?
I don't know how to phrase it.
Okay. You could start by saying my family was, torn apart by X, Y, Z.
A way to heal my family.
Okay. Is that what you want to leave it as? Yeah. A way to heal my family.
Yeah, I think she'd start. Yeah.
And then the thing it seems to hear you, acknowledge you, and then it responds and says, "I am sure together, with our combined efforts, we could mend any rifts between bloodlines." Yeah, it's not meant to be a comfortable answer.
No, I like it though.
Yeah.
Oh no, Hannah likes an answer. And then here.
she basically asked for help to help mend their
I
family
think-
rifts.
Yeah, I think she would ask back, is there a rift in your bloodline that also needs healing?
There's that uncomfortable grin,
Mm-hmm.
and then there's a response saying, "Blood is for mortals," and that's where that ends. That line of yeah. Right, gang, who's left? Who's going next?
Okay.
Yep, go for it, Riven.
I'm going for it. Riven just kind of. Again, Riven is very much a protector. That is the role she puts herself in with the size and stature she has, and she is in a kind of weird, warped way pitying this thing because she's like,
Yeah.
okay, you are a bit insane, but not in the kind of ravenous chewing on us as soon as you crawled out the water kind of way. You are just, solitary confinement for potentially 900 years at this point. There is that kind of nature kind of taking her, so she is not unafraid of this thing. She's very, very tense. But
This thing is your height, by the way.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. It's not, it's everyone's height.
Yeah, that's what
nice. But maybe that is a thing that, like, it's so warped by whatever else is up. Because again, Riven doesn't understand magic and she doesn't pretend she understands it. She's like, what have they done to it that it can't even take shape anymore? Like, again, not knowing if Fae constantly do have a form they can shapeshift between. Like, she's just looking at this thing going, fuck, I know I wouldn't have survived whatever this thing went through. And I think I'm the tough one.
You are the tough one.
I am the tough one. It's literally on my sheet. But looking to this creature, she just... I seek to protect. That is what the strong... That is what my heart tells me. Do that by my own strength. That I can see.
Yeah, there's like a strange look. It doesn't like stop you speaking or anything. It's just there's definitely like a very curious look on this thing's face now when you've said that. And sorry, you were saying?
Whatever had the might to you, I do not know if I can offer you help.
There's like the thing almost like with its hand still pressed against like the containment, the white light coming off of it. The thing like looks down and like all the hair, like the shadowy hair, like flows down over its shoulders and stuff, and can like cover its face, and its eyes like look back up at you, and its head tilts back up and goes, "You could offer me the world if you were so inclined."
Do not offer.
Not this world, your world.
Again, very conscious of like
if
what
there's
that means.
if there's like the uncomfortable realization of like, what does that really imply the thing's going to continue? And it says, if you can get me from here, I would be indebted to you, and that is not a small thing. You would be able to protect many with my help.
But bound.
Better than being bound here.
Exactly. Saying is that if you do help, do not come bound.
And it laughs very that horrible echoey sound off of like frozen water, and it kind of like comes back to its senses and stares at you again, like almost like its hair was underwater briefly with the way it was kind of like a bit manic, and it looks at you again and goes, "It doesn't work that way."
How would I really?
We complete our agreement.
Suffer. Sorry.
Your pity is a gift I cannot accept at this time. Not here. Not like this. and it takes its hand away, and like the light dies down, obviously, and it kind of looks at its hand, and then like its hand almost seems like hard to make out again, and then it goes by its side and almost like blends in to its side, and it looks way more formal than it did before. Like it's almost as if it's like, you know, a courtesan now. Like it definitely is like solidifying the longer it's here.
The longer it gets, though.
Yeah.
Like of you, closer you are to it.
Sensation is hard to come by.
Just solidifies in Riven's mind how
Yeah.
bad this might have fucking been. Like, oh god, Riven does not abide by torture, and this is like solitary confinement and no sensation from any of your senses. Wow. Fuck annoying the Fae. This is bad.
I don't think I pulled my punches any time I've mentioned the Fae. Like, yeah. So I think, like, unless Riven has a capstone to that conversation, do you have anything you want to like end that on, or just leave it there? Because I think that's quite a good place to.
I think she ends it just with like as much as she can, a kind of soft look through the helmet, as if like, no matter where the lion maybe try and take this, she does kind of want to just get this thing out of this.
Yeah, yeah, that's fair. Which is like a nice place to leave that. Like kind of again that internal resonance of like, I know what I want from this situation. And Lockhart. Flip the table if you will.
Yes, I guess sort of.
You obviously haven't obviously been aware of each other's conversations either. Conveniently.
Yeah, our characters aren't aware, obviously.
Yes.
And the you know, picking up from what has already been happened, that there does seem to be general helping in some way, not getting something back out of it from just had. Where Lockhart currently is sitting, it's almost the complete opposite of not taking help and not giving help either. And into that. But if that is a bit too against the vibe of where we're
Right, so as Alexander, right, who heard me and Nat's conversation about that's not how that works, I feel like
Nat, Riven wanted to help free it.
I mean, Riven didn't want it bound in some kind of agreement.
But I didn't want to leave it there either.
Yeah.
I don't want it left in suffering, certainly.
Yep.
Yeah, Lockheart doesn't have such concern.
End of the campaign, Lockhart's the one there. It was safer.
Well, that obviously I think I can play either way. If the
well, it's what does Lockhart want out of the exchange? Because that's more important, right?
Well, yeah, that's sort of how I was trying to think it through. That Lockhart, so as what Lockhart said, he's here for the realm. Didn't necessarily say the good of the realm, but
who's the real Fae? Lockhart.
And if he was going to ask for help, sort of in that how to govern realm, to govern particularly mankind, it's that realm.
Yeah, Denk, basically.
Yeah, and
the Denkdorians, or whatever they're called.
Denkdorians. Yeah, we did like have a briefest touch on with Kant about non-humans ruling, particularly the Undying.
It really bugs you that the vampire mayor is in a position of power, doesn't it? Like, it really bugs Lockhart, I mean, right? Like,
I think that was something leaning on. It's the fact.
No more immortals, please.
As if the worst tyrant we have will die. Like, no matter how bad they are, something will kill them. And we've got Fae running around, or we have had help by Fae. So that's tampering out of that system. Lockhart is a man, thinks that mankind should masters of mankind. That is the governance. That is the system. doesn't necessarily want, or doesn't feel like getting cosmic help. That is, which I guess is maybe a slightly lower fantasy way of looking at something that's a bit more high fantasy.
I think that's fair though, right? Like having Lockhart's experiences with, the Celestials in the town, right? And things like that, like probably have opened your eyes quite a bit in terms of what's possible in this world, the scope you're working with. You've dabbled with the undead in the past, you've dabbled with like more nonsense about people not dying, you've watched people burn through their life energies summoning an angel, like things you can't really look at. It's, there's a lot going on. But what does Lockhart want?
Well, I say that it's a direction I feel Lockhart could go in.
And keep in mind, there's not really much legalese you can word this in. It does, like realistically, it's if you have a want that you could have help with, bring it up. If there really is nothing that drives Lockhart, then there's nothing. But it needs to be true. Otherwise, we're bringing lies into this exchange.
No, and that is. I just don't want Lockhart to be the antagonist there.
Well, don't be. You're the master of
think
your
you
own
are.
fate so far. Nori, we'll get to
Somebody
you.
else is.
We'll get to you, Nori. We're nearly there.
I would also just like to say on the point that you had of like wanting guidance on the realm, Lord of the Rings is like Ryan's favoritist thing, or one of them, and Morgoth and Sauron, and do you know how to make this all really good? Fucking do this. Just saying. I'm just saying, maybe. Don't ask that. Maybe.
What if
Just ask for a ring.
I was
Ryan.
in charge?
Ring.
Ryan, you're sus.
What if I could help shape the realm?
Exactly. He's
I've
just gonna
I've
go
not
full
said any
Morgoth
of
on
that. This is
You're
all
gonna.
all conjecture.
I'm just saying.
Foundless accusations.
All of which are founded.
So yes, Alexander, what's happened?
It's like, what would Grima Wormtongue?
What would Brad Dourf do? Brad Dourf.
You would ask for Wormtongue's big fluffy cloak that I seriously wish I could make, but it's so expensive.
But Alexander, you're padding now, so hurry up.
Okay, then it's the way I've been feeling character of how he's played it. And he, it's all your fault now then. Then Lockhart will say,
Like, what help can I offer you? Yep.
I wish to see my governed by my. Not see how. Change you.
There is, again, the kind of shadowiness of this thing, this kind of like flickering form trapped in this column of light. Looks at you, and it feels like everything else is kind of gone. It's like you and it alone, as if it's really focusing on you. And like there's maybe even some like familiarity in some facial features, like some slight like, could be related. And it says, then you're incredibly short-sighted for someone with such vision.
I have the sight of my. To see beyond it would be beyond what to be seeing. Our must live our way.
And you think I would stop that?
Stop it, help it, change it, any ways interference. Could be for the better. I do not See it.
Your people rely on the others. You have never been governed solely by your people. Why change now?
System that
And you don't wish to be free of that. I could help you free your people from the others. You would be independent as people, governed by yourselves. I would take no part in that.
and that is something
Then you do not need my help. Yeah, and like that's obviously like the end of that conversation as far as it's concerned. Nori, you walk back to the group who all just seem to be staring at something. Yep. After your little jaunt away.
Yeah, I'm still. I'm being a creature of, in another way, like Myr'ra of two worlds.
The vibe of the situation as
Elven-
well here, right, is you're staring at this thing, staring at you, and everybody else seems to be waiting on you responding, is how this
Yeah.
looks, in terms of, you don't just see everyone mid-conversation or anything. It does seem like you wandered away, went, oh, I'm not really getting anywhere, came back, and it's still there with that question hanging of, what help can I offer you?
I honestly feel that Nori would. I'm going to remove my bow, I'm going to remove my arrows, I'm going to lay them in front of me, I'm going to release the daggers from the sheaths at my wrists, and I'm going to leave them in front of me, and I will just say, your assistance is not needed. I just need to make a decision. I cannot make a request of you. And I'm laying the weapons out to show
Yeah,
that there is no hatred, there is no nothing. I
This-
just need
The thing in the column of light cocks its head and looks at you, and again, it then kind of almost echoey across the ice says, you have a decision that's weighing upon you. Why not seek counsel?
It is a decision that by including you in it breaks every promise, every oath both of my races have made. I cannot invoke that.
It laughs again, that uncomfortable, echoey, cracking ice laugh, and it says, I have never felt so important. It's clearly, definitely doesn't believe the same as you, from the implications there, but it is kind of like maniacally laughing, like, but this is amusing. But yeah, I think that's where that ends for you as well. And then everyone kind of like snaps to and hears like the things staring at Vermi. She's about to reply to it because everyone's like snapped back in after their conversations, like, oh, we've all spoke sets now, you know. But again, nobody heard each other's conversations, just your own exchange with this, you know, Fae in the light. And you know, after the response, like the thing looks to Vermi and it says, I can help you, and I will help you. Does our agreement stand before the moon? And Vermi then nods and says, it does. And that's where the circle vanishes. And we end the session there. Yup. Yup. The temptation to have you then just bird out was really strong, but it felt like dramatically inappropriate there.
It would be funny though.
Yeah.
All through the ice.
Bugger! So, what would you like to call the session?
I've got to.
Okay. I'll pop in a suggestion.
Which one
as
should
well.
I go into? Pride's claim text. Yeah.
Pride's claim, yeah. No, Alexander. 100 damage.
Mm.
I know what Colin would vote for. So,
Yeah.
any winners there? So I've got By the Moonlight, Even the Study of Weird Mythology, Loudon's Garden, which is never getting accepted, Myr'ra's Edge, First Time Birding Out, On Moomin Mountain, That Which Is Below, Upon Reflection, Punch Child, perhaps? Please vote. And we'll get that sorted.
One more.
Oh, cool. Fated ruler. Okay.
Mm.
Queen.
Thoughts? One vote so far.
Oh, I'm gonna have to pick. I'm not going to make the last decision again.
I beat you.
Doesn't want to wait.
I'm picking my own just to make it annoying for somebody else.
And that makes it easier because then it's That Which Is
Yeah,
Below.
of course it does.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. Somebody beat me to it.
Okay, cool. We've got one then. We have a winner. That Which Is Below. Excellent, excellent. So, wrap up chat time. Why don't we start with... I think I want to end with Hannah. So, yeah, let's start with Nori. That was...
Struggling not to be an assassin and kill everybody just to... Oh!
You'd need to kill me on the first hit.
I don't know. I don't know whether I'm bringing too much tension to this, but I'm enjoying it. If that makes
the thing
any
is,
sense.
like, inner conflict is fun to explore with characters, though, right? Because, like, your character doesn't know how they feel about everything that's just changed so quickly. Like, you know, the landscape was this and now it's this totally different landscape, and it's like, well, where does that leave me? Has my place changed? Has it not? Like, it's good to bring that up.
I think Nori accepts that alliances can change.
So can rulers,
But
apparently.
from a group that was... Okay, from a group that never really discussed what we were actually travelling to do. I think that's probably where the Nori's mind is, that nobody said we weren't here to assassinate them. So am I wrong? Am I the only person here who's following the orders to resolve this? What are we meant to do in this as a resolution? How do we serve our queen as was? And cannot bring this to a resolution. I have, in Chris's mind, a couple of resolutions, but Nori wouldn't think like that. Nori's given a mission, and Nori goes and sees out the mission. And the flip side of this, I think he would struggle, because the first time he was in the dark, there would be death, and you can't let that happen. As things stand at the moment,
it's good
to leave me alone with her.
I think it's but this is why we do wrap-up chats, right? 'Cause I think it's good to air these things, like where our character is now, based on what's just happened. It's a nice cool-down chat. They kind of convey like what is going on.
Things may change in the next scene. Obviously, we don't know where it's going to go or what's going to happen here. But Verme's not safe in Nori's hands. There is no...
And we know how capable Nori is as well at making people unsafe.
Exactly. It's one of those. There is nothing here that's been done that would have changed Nori's mind that his mission was to eliminate Vermi.
Yep, Vermi.
There is nothing that's happened here. There's a shiny stone that's supposed to tell the truth. You know what I mean? That yeah, okay. I don't know anything about magic. I mean, I'm maybe from a magical race. I might have a nice little shiny cloak, but I don't deal in magics. So, was that an illusion? Nori's still on mission, I'm afraid.
Mhm.
So, convince me otherwise, people can.
Let me put down my blades, please.
Yes. But I think that's the thing. That's the only reason that there hasn't been death so far, is that 3 of the 4 or 4 of our group have gone okay. There's something's changed here, and I'm sitting there going, "What's changed here? Nothing's changed here. There's a woman. She's got to die." So yes,
Yeah, it's good though.
I'm playing this out. By the way, I'm going to keep going with this. This is the way I think Nori's thinking. Is this? Yeah. And on the streets, you get a mission, you get your gold, you go complete the mission, you get more gold.
You don't ask questions, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah, you get an envelope, you do what's in the envelope, you come back again. Yeah. It's easy. Life is simple.
That one scene in Berserk where Guts goes in to kill the Highborn guy and then ends up literally having to eviscerate a 10-year-old, and it's like, couldn't have any witnesses. But Guts is deeply traumatized by it. I'm getting the
Yes.
impression Nori wouldn't. Nori would just be like, "Oh well, kid, you shouldn't have walked in."
More violence to children is not encouraged in this. The punched child is feels like a Doctor Who episode now.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I would say that Nori and the use of his cloak and the use of other things that he has, he doesn't get seen doing these things.
Mhm.
He isn't a Myr'ra. Okay.
Yeah, no. I think that's what Riven was trying
You're
to
not
get
in the
at
moonlight right
conversation.
now, Chris, so don't
Yes.
worry.
He isn't, in his mind, a
Bad person.
I don't know. Yeah, empathy might be a little lacking in some respects, but for instance, Riven will go out and will do battle and will slaughter 100 people. My target is never 100 people. My target is take out one person, and I don't make mistakes.
I think Riven's counter argument to that is going back to like the conversation we had would be like Riven saying, right, so let's say we kill the lion and then we have the next person who's supposed to have the sword. You would, in the way that I like Riven.
It's 100 people eventually, right?
Riven's starting to perceive Nori as like, if it's like Nori will just kill anybody as long as he gets coin, and if it one day turns into some silly 12-year-old girl that says, "Oh, I'm supposed to be the next queen," and Loudon goes, "Get that one," you're like, "Aye, sorry, chief." Because if she is, the sword will pick another person, and this problem never gets solved with killing who's supposed to get the sword, because it has to just go to the next person. So
It's a
I
flawless
would-
system.
and that's what Riven says. Like Riven is, you will inevitably kill 100, and it's 100 people that, Riven's against people that can fight. Maybe not as good as her, but it's all people that can pick up swords and fight back. Not all your targets might end up that.
So let's look at things then from an in-game group of friends traveling together. Have we reached the stage where we are friends?
Oh,
in
Riven
this-
would. Riven, if somebody suddenly from the streets went, "Ah, it's that Nori bastard," Riven would pick them up and say, "Repeat that slowly, and every time you say the bad word, you'd lose a tooth."
Correct.
That's how it would go.
Correct. And the other two, but nobody yet has taken Nori aside and tried to convince him otherwise.
Mhm.
Yous have all just flipped and left Nori.
And to be fair,
as the
Nori's
only
been open
person-
about their saying nothing's changed for me. So that's
Yeah.
like you've laid the ground for someone to approach. So maybe next session that might be something we see. If people are like, "Meh, fuck it, let's see what happens." Right? Who knows?
Yes.
Um,
Exactly.
mhm.
Exactly. So this is my point. Nori is still on mission.
You're
Nobody's
really gunning for
convinced him
like, you know,
otherwise.
High Commander of the Queen's Guard, aren't you, Nori? You're really going for it.
I think that's what Riven was trying to do for you when she brought up the whole thing with the, you know, if we do kill her and it goes to the next person, we're going to get sent out again to do
Yep.
this again because the problem isn't solved. Like, this isn't a resolution. That's what Riven was trying
It's
to
like
do.
a postponement, right? Realistically.
All this is if the orb was right, this is a postponement. And the easiest way to resolve this is literally just go get the sword. Nobody needs to die, and we get the right answer. There is, and also that's why she was bringing up, you know, this problem's happened before, and there is a literal resolution in our book, and Loudon definitely knows it, and is not picking it. Why?
Then
Why would you have it?
I would suggest you take Nori aside next time round and saying the resolution to this is we take both queens to the sword and let the sword choose.
I said that, and then I was told we would never get them both in our room, and I'm like, that is an issue.
But
It does make
that's
sense though. Sometimes
yeah.
you need one-on-one conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like
Conversation.
definitely.
I think
But
that
that's
would
good
be
to know.
really-
Thank you so much, Chris, because
I think it'd be interesting to talk in all like 4 or 5 directions.
Mhm.
Almost that individuality of, well, how are you feeling? How are you feeling? What are you thinking? I think that would be really cool.
Yeah.
not on the lake of bullshit.
Yes. Maybe not on the moonlit lake. Yes.
yes, maybe not.
Here.
Maybe not.
Mhm.
Maybe post-bird.
Yes. Yes.
Oh yeah, we've got that as well. Fuck.
We've got some palate cleansers on the cards, and then we can have some serious chats. Yes.
Yeah.
Because no one's
I
died
think
yet.
there is, next time we're in the room,
Love
somebody should take Nori aside and scalp his arse and tell him to fucking grow up.
But this
But
is
that's
like,
the way I'm playing him.
Just like,
That's-
where's everyone's perspectives and let's
yeah,
try
and
get
like,
on the same
like
one.
to highlight that as well, Chris. This is behavior I really enjoy seeing in players when they can go, "Here's my character as a." This is literally why I invented the player agency conversation like tool, being, "This is what my characters like to do. We know the party aren't moving in that direction, so move me in that direction." Like, you know, and that's good. It's a very like noteworthy like feature of a player, worthy enough of XP on its own. So add an XP point.
Woo!
Yeah.
I need to talk more bullshit next time. Excellent.
Also,
But
I now just have this mental image of the lake turning back into a lake while Myr'ra's mid-changing and it's just Whitbird.
Whitbird.
Give me a
Well, speaking of next people, Riven.
Lots of fun. Lots of fun. I knew it would only take so long before the Fae got involving you because you are a Fae and therefore still friends it happens. But again, I think like more into it, like just with Chris, like going into more of Riven's character, it is just I am hyper aware I am a 7'8" problem to most things I come across. And Riven does stand by that mentality of the strong kind of have a duty to protect the ones who can't protect themselves. That's, you know, and if you're not doing that, you're a bit of a prick. And
With
no
great
matter-
power comes great responsibility.
kind of in that, like, and in every sense, but with her, she really understands the kind of physical sense of things, and it abhors torture. Like, it's like kill it or don't kill it. Like, I think maybe
suffering is not what we're here for.
I think Riven and Nori are very much the same of just either fucking do the thing or don't do the thing. Don't leave it for interpretation here. So seeing even something she is genuinely terrified of and is not deeply fond of, going, you've been tortured to the point where you're not even corporeal. Like, what the fuck does that even mean? Like, I can't comprehend what you've gone through. I can't comprehend how you've ended up this way. Definitely kind of pushed her. It's like, but it also showed her the capabilities of the Fae and how cruel they could be, because, you know, as a person, like a human torturer, a human goes, well, you know, I know what hurts me, so that's probably going to hurt them. A Fae torturing a Fae did the same thing, and the worst thing they could do was go, we don't have a timeline, but I'm going to say that it was round about the war, 900 years, being senseless, trapped in a confined space, total solitude, potentially like freezing as well. And it's just like, oh, that's so fucked up because you actually just mentally and physically rip them apart completely. And that also goes to show like there's also infighting in the Fae, which is interesting to see because I think I've always got the impression the Fae were like, we're all in this together. And it's
Yeah.
like, oh no, fucking they're not. They have their infighting as well. So having the Fae being so kind of like, oh god, I don't want to ever play with them. But worried about Vermi because that request leaves too much up to interpretation from a Fae.
Did you all focus on the aspect that Vermi wanted to, like, secure?
Yes. I think
Web
I
boy.
did.
So, what would Vermi benefit from by having access to those?
Causing a lot of problems.
Yeah.
Getting places she shouldn't be able to
Yeah.
get with people.
Get into places that she needs
We
to
shouldn't
get
be able to
to
get
bring the other queen to her.
Yeah, or bring the queen.
Bringing herself to the other queen.
To a certain circle.
Or bringing the as Chris is saying, or bringing the queen to us. Like it doesn't need to be us going to them. It could be the other way around. She could just pull her into an environment that she's solo, and that's a problem.
Would be a cool scene, though.
Certainly, yeah, that would be a fight. Riven be like, I don't want to get in between this, but I kind of need to.
Kind of obligated.
Let's go, both you in Sky Jail. The Countess is going to get me into so much trouble, but I gotta do it.
And the thought.
I know.
Especially because, like, Rosamund Pike isn't that tall. Like, she's not super short, but she's not that tall. Compared to, like, Vermi and Riven. So that'd be funny.
Oh, both of you. But certainly, like, I think this is a brilliant story, brilliant campaign because the characters are all getting a lot more fleshed out without getting into like too deep into their personal story. I mean, I love what we're learning about Myr'ra. Like, it's just like, oh no, family trauma causing problems in such a way that cannot be contained. Why is Big Bird suddenly here? Oh no, he's not teaching me the alphabet.
Why
he's
do
teaching me-
birds suddenly
Exactly.
appear?
And the little things with like Nori getting more and more like shit, and Lockhart just like seeing Lockhart against a Fae is really interesting because like you are the most Fae not Fae I've ever fucking talked to in my existence, and here we are, and I'm just like the amount of fucking verbal chess that's going to happen in this conversation is awesome. So yeah, again, great session, Ryan. Thank you so
Thank
much
you.
for running it. Great to see Scott. Great to see Jett. The Zen monk who's just here for the vibes.
Yeah.
We're going to go see a Fae. Cool.
Yep.
Excuse me, sir.
It was just that moment really summed him up when like Scott was like, "Wait, what?" And I just did imagine him like stuffing a pipe full of weed or something, just been like, "What? Oh yeah, no, this is fine."
Oh yeah, you talking to me? Okay. 2 seconds, you wasn't? I think it's a perfect balance to all the characters. Like this person, it's just going to be like,
Yeah.
it is what it is. Ask a question, shall we? And it's just so forthcoming. It's just like, I'll just ask a question. Why are we pussyfooting about this? But without being rude.
Yeah.
I love the notion as well that Lockhart and him have had a relationship and their first conversation of Lockhart trying to kind of like, you know, Lockhart's talking his talk and Jett just being like, so who do you not like in like where you work? Who do you think's an asshole? So like if I see them, I'll just tell them to fuck off. So like they don't sit with us when we're having a beer. Like I could just see it. It's so good.
It's like
so, again,
Himbo monk vibes, isn't it? It's really precious.
Yes, definitely. But yeah, thanks again for a great session. Looking forward to the next one.
Yeah, thank you. Always a pleasure to have Riven's very stark input compared to a lot of people, because Riven does have a lot of inner thoughts that you can see going on. It's just not obviously a lot gets projected other than I will murder what goes against what I think should be happening. And it's quite a nice, you know, it's this foundation block, especially as like the murder mum of the group. It's good, yes. Lockhart.
Yeah, so a lot going on. I think
Was
I'll,
there? I didn't notice.
start as things that we'll touch on a bit, I'm sure, next time, but also just as a kind of a roundup. That conversation that we had in the hut,
Mhm.
specifically to Chris, that was Lockhart being like, yeah, nothing's changed. Like,
Mm.
and everything Lockhart is doing, that is Lockhart's turning invisible. Like, Lockhart can't fight in the way that probably the rest of you can far better, but he can talk and get into somewhere that he can help. He can get into somewhere that he can hinder, and he can a different direction. And even though hopefully not be apparent, small distractions along the way could lead to falling. That is the one of the main inspirations obviously is Grima Wormtongue. That he is the one that if you get up to that point, he's like, yeah, no, that person that's coming to help you, I show him no welcome. is
He's a
that
ball
kind of-
bag.
Mhm.
He said your last party was crap.
basically like, that trying to get friendly with the people that is Lockhart's fighting. So yeah,
These were afraid of the Fae, and the real danger was Lockhart all along.
Told you it was fey like.
Mm.
I was like, can I make a Fae forget the last 5 minutes?
What would that even do?
Ah, yeah.
Everyone's lobotomized. Like.
We forget who we are.
Mhm.
So yeah, I'm sure we'll talk more about that next time, but it's why Lockhart wasn't saying anything particularly Nori, and was getting a bit like when Vermi went up to talk to to Nori, and he was like, keep it cool.
Don't let her know you're an assassin.
Take your badge off.
And then is another, I guess, part of Lockhart not wanting to help the Fae get free, because clearly it's easier for the Fae to get out. It's easier for them to help Vermi, and not what Lockhart. So
So the subtlety has been wasted on Nori then. It's totally
Well,
wasted on Nori.
it wasn't meant to be too subtle. Again, like Lockhart was just a little bit concerned about being too loud conversation in that room. But
that's a good thing for Nori to maybe not have, like, you're too busy dealing with your own conflict about the situation that somebody being subtle, especially a Lockhart level of silver-tongued devil.
Subtlety.
Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's not easy to pick up on at the best of times. So yeah, like as I said, having you guys have like a chat in private as as characters, being like, what are we unpacking? Because there's a lot that's happened. Yeah. Never mind Werebird. So yeah.
Yeah,
We'll get
that's
to
not
that.
unpacked yet.
Mhm.
I'm having so much fun just kind of letting that one go. Like Lockhart's had very little input on that, kind of being like, this is probably gonna go somewhere. Sure, it could be an opportunity. I'm sure we can use this.
I think that's probably why Nori's laid down his weapons as well.
Mm.
I think there's a little bird that'll deal with this for me, and I won't need to bother.
Yeah.
I think that assumes a lot of control.
I think the bird is on me.
Yep.
So that's been fun, just watching the panic within you.
It's been very good. Yeah.
And say learning more about characters. I so typical of all the characters that Jett, but then very apt. You're like, oh yeah, on the other content.
Mhm.
Oh.
Yeah, it tied together because Scott asked if I was going to roll that like just between me and him, and I thought, no, I think we should do it live. It's more fun. Like, we'll just ad lib the connection retroactively, because I didn't want it to be the fact that like Scott's RP'd obviously with like Nat and Hannah previously. I'm like, well, I don't really want to say you can't pick them. I would rather you didn't, but I don't want to say that, right? Because it should be the player's choice. And obviously he's RP'd with you a bit, Alexander, in the past as well. He hasn't RP'd with Chris. And I thought, well, I'm not just gonna put him with the person that haven't RP'd together for that reason. There, we'll just leave it up to dice because that feels appropriate in an RP. And I did like that it was you because it meant, oh, that's perfect because that means I have an excuse because I know he spent time on the other continent, and I know it was on the other side. So yeah, definitely a pro lizard folk person is he. That's good. I like that he just straight up came out with that and be like, so yeah, if you could just help me with this entire problem that I've got, that'd be great. Like, sounds good to me. No hint of worry.
Yeah.
The simple cost of balance.
You can just offload the worry onto us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That was, I think, very much in character, and then if Lockhart doesn't know about it yet, certainly. Oh, I think we can get more out of that. We're getting something. And
I mean, there's still time. It's no longer bound.
Yeah. Like that was the bargaining chip. And Riven having kind of similar to Lockheart almost, and that like, I don't think there's anything you can give me, but I want to help you. Which I just did quite like all the having those variations. Party. You've got the one that cares, wants to help. Lockhart's like,
It's like you're in a mirror darkly, right? Another good session title.
And now we've got to deal with Vermi. Fey possession, maybe. Well, I did wonder if, like, when you said gave that chance to sort of interrupt, go first, I was like, is this way to really, is this the best way to stop Vermi from getting what they want? Just, I banish you back.
Go back to the shadows.
Mm-hmm.
In the name of the Five, I'm a wielder of the Sacred Five.
You shall not pass. You cannot pass.
The phase out of the lips.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Could be a really useful asset for the party.
Well, genie in a bottle.
Mm-hmm.
Another one.
It was a
They
big
were
bottle,
afraid to
to be
open.
fair. You know, the mountain.
I'm sure it won't have any concern or any problems with the fact that some of us decided. But
Yeah, it's definitely not going to hold a grudge.
Well, thanks.
Hey, yous knew the Fae were dangerous. I have signposted this. You know, it's not my fault yous wanted to leave it locked up, some of you. That's okay though. Lockhart, any other thoughts?
stuff.
I hope everybody realizes like Lockhart's the big bad evil guy of the campaign, right? Like it's very clearly him. So yes,
I can change that.
yeah, I mean you might have to. Schnicker snack. So, yes, Myr'ra.
I love it. I love all of it. I'm really enjoying sort of. I wouldn't necessarily call it inter-party conflict, but I love that we're a ragtag group of people who got thrown together to do one thing, and we've been asked immediately to do something else, and haven't dealt with the fact that, like, Myr'ra was hired for a very specific reason for Quest 1, like, and then is suddenly on assassination quest. It's like, hello, I'm a librarian.
Yep.
What?
I belong.
So and it is, she's more than that, but it's that interest of we're all coming from such different, like, places that I find that really interesting, because it makes total sense that people more connected to Denk would have a bit more of a no, we've got a mission, we've got to do it. Like Myr'ra's very like, I don't really belong anywhere, and so I'm not as invested. Like Queen Loudon didn't save me. Like her, like if I hadn't been offered the first job, Myr'ra would be fine. She'd be somewhere in the library. So she's less like emotionally invested in Queen Loudon as a person, and is just interested in like, what's the story?
Yeah.
What's going on? Information.
What's
So I
the
don't
tea?
think she's like fully one way or the other. Like I think she goes, I think chaos is a bad thing. It's the chaos is a ladder, chaos is a pit thing.
Yep.
Like she's not on that boat. She's like, no, that's bad. People die that don't need to. So I think it's gonna be really fun to explore that. And I think it's good that we're not all on the same page. Because I think if we were all gung-ho, we'd have murdered everybody we'd met so far. And we'd be no further on in information. So I'm very excited to see how we like either try and get back on the same page or have to deal with the fact we're all working at slightly different aims, even if we end up with the same outcome. I did also enjoy that there's just a hanging werebird. Like I'm trying to deal with quite serious, like inter-party talking things, and then also that could become a raving monster at any moment.
Lose that control, we're gone.
I'm
So
excited
good.
about.
Me too.
I also love that, like, again, neutral. Me and Scott were the two that were just like, yes, balance. Our organizations are not aligned. Oh yes, Faye deal. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I thought that was really interesting.
Like, instantaneously, you can help? Great, I'm on board. Yep.
Great, yeah, that sounds good. I think for me, it was Verme'd already done it. Like this thing was coming out. And again, it's that I liked playing with the. She's a nerd. She's a librarian, but also there's a small inner child that has a want. So I liked getting to sort of seed that in. I'm very excited for where it goes. Loved everybody's conversations with the Fae. Peak.
I'm very glad the face scene was
Yeah.
well received, maybe the wrong term, but it's received. No, it was fun getting to this point for me in terms of checkpoints as well, based on like what I've got planned. It was very interesting seeing everyone's interactions, even just from the start of the session, dealing with the panic of, okay, landscape's changed a bit. Seems like this shiny stone, as Nori would put it, has decided that Vermi seems cool, but do we care? Really, is the bottom line to focus on. And yeah, I think some really interesting points were raised. Like, obviously you have a bit of a plan when it comes to how we probably want to get them in a room together, either in a month's time with this stone or just any time with that sword. The third blade should solve this problem, one way or the other. So yeah, lots of interesting discussions there, even just from the point of view of, like, what is the party's plan globally next? Because it doesn't really matter who you want to back, what are you going to do to see the next stuff unfold? Are you gonna like lean into the Vermi train? Are you gonna then be like trying to sabotage it like Lockhart's like seeding? Like, yeah. And Lockhart's not wrong, like she does have a massive asset now in the way of a Fae. Like the limiting factor of the keep being all the way down in the Rockfell Mountains doesn't seem to be that big a problem now. So yeah. If you just want Vermi to get in the room with Loudon, if the Fae can get her there. Do you know what I mean? Faeways aren't just to teleport anywhere though. That's a thing that you would know in the world, like from the histories, is like it's very every story about them's all different, right? They're all very different. Some people say you had to be drunk, or you just had to have had sex, or like you just had to have kicked a lamb. Like it's so random that, you know, like you can only travel in certain bullshit rules that involve spinning around 3 times and kissing a log. Like, do you know what I mean? So it's very difficult to work out how they work, but that was very distinctly what she cared about. Vermi cared very much about going, do you still have access to the Faeways? So, yeah, that seemed to be her focal point. So now she has a mobile army. Very useful. That was very fun. I loved every second of it. It was nice that we actually got Scott in for it. Shame he missed the ending in terms of that, but as I said, he had an early start tomorrow. Who would you like to award the XP to this week? Any thoughts? Do you mind? You can promote yourselves. There should be no shame.
I would vote for Nori. The self-questioning, the lake shore. That's I guess role playing without goleming, like almost things you're talking about, like the two sides, which ways you wanted to go, but stuff. So.
Yeah, I would go Nori too. I love that you just stuck to your guns, like, and again because the questions hadn't, like, I thought it was really cool that you didn't just go along with, oh, the party feels like it's going this way. I really liked that.
Thank you. For me, I can't get over Hannah and the internal struggle with the demon. She's playing that so well. So for me, yeah, that would be Hannah if it was me picking. So I just love that. The way you're portraying that, the way it's coming across, is brilliant. It really is.
Net.
I said Nori. I'm in full agreement with, like, the conflict is coming across so well, and it is really interesting to see.
No, it is good. I am enjoying it. Also, I think it is important to establish that you don't just need to agree with the party majority. I think that's a very important thing to do, and the way to make it not disruptive is to make the party talk about that and explore, like, everybody needs to remain fluid as players when it comes to their characters for the sake of, like, a party harmony, a table harmony. And it's nice to see everyone, like, feel confident in their own characters, going, no, here's who I am, but it doesn't need to stay that way. Like, please, like, I understand you may wish to move me then. Like, so that's good. I think it's really good. That's why I offered XP earlier as well, for that very reason, because it's good to, like, not just be like, oh, it's a game, we're going that way anyway, it doesn't really matter what I do. Like, you don't want to devalue the experience that way. So yeah, that's another point of experience you got there, Chris. Add that to your sheet.
I'm playing this well this week.
What are you sitting on?
5.
Oh, 3 away from the cap.
Feel like make a decision. Yeah.
But yes, obviously spend it whenever. Like, you've got enough to get an advance and stuff now, remember. So if need be, we can talk about it, because it's 4 points of XP for an actual proper advance towards tier 2.
I think we might need it in the next scene, so I'm going to keep hold of it for a week.
Okay, yes, like that. It's also 5 rerolls though, so
that's exactly what
might want that. Well, thank you for that again. Nice to see that. We will hopefully be back in a week's time. We'll deal with all that offline. Thanks everybody for playing. Excellent dialogue, excellent drama, excellent tension. So thank you very much for that. Say goodbye, everybody.
Good night, everyone.
Bye.